What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
Fear. It whispers when you hesitate. It lingers in the unknown. It tells you to turn back. But fear is not the enemy. Fear is the threshold between the ordinary and the unstoppable. You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Go Green Go Sal Village. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Go Green Go Sal Village.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. I'm Joe Siastra, and we are here in the beautiful location that is Cape Verde, Punta Preta. Joining me here in the booth, welcome Ben Constantios. How's it going?
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Absolutely brilliant to be here in Cape Verde. Stunning conditions, the wave only building into the afternoon, and looking forward to some great competition coming up for you from the kite foil category. We've got 3 categories here this weekend, and we're going to be with the wing foils first.
Yeah, exactly. So wingfoiling is out here on the water, and as we were saying before, the beautiful island that is Cape Verde. This is one of the 10 islands of the archipelago over here, together with the Azores and the Canaries and Madeira. Cape Verde is known for its raw power. Punta Preta, one of the best right-hand point break peeling waves, as you can see here on the images on your screen. We are right next to this right-hand beast. 3 sections this wave has. It has a top section where you can see just kind of starts to break off, A-framing all the way on the right-hand side. Most of the athletes take the right-hander, not the left-hander. Then as you get a little bit further to the middle, that's where it gets interesting. That's where we start to see those barrels come into the mix. Then a little bit further down all the way to the beach, where we can see the athlete here just starting to cruise his way along and try and get as many points as possible to see who will be crowned queen and king here for the 2025 season.
And it is World Championship weekend as well, because the Wingfoil GWA World Tour has just a single visit this year. Probably will have a second visit in the year, but we are going to crown our champions over the next couple of days. Here is Santa Maria, the town. Very, very pretty on the southern point of this Sal Island. We are to its northwest, with Kite Beach, another famous area here in Sal, to its northeast. Also an option for competition depending on the weather conditions.
Yeah, obviously what we're looking for here is the only surf event, so 100% waves. What the judges are looking for, they are looking for the surfing. Punta Breta is the better of the two waves. Conditions at the moment are there. We've got probably about 2 to 3 foot waves, and we've got probably 20 knots on the wind. Obviously the swell has shifted a little bit today. Best swell for Punta Breta is a northwesterly, and that is what we have here today. That's why even though the swell is quite small on the outside, we are already seeing some waves coming in. Wind northeasterly, nice and strong, 20 knots. Guys and girls are out in between 4 and 4.5 meter wings, and already competition has started out there on the water, and we're going to start to go into the action. We are just finishing off this heat of round number 3, and then we will be continuing on, because coming up next we are going to have Zani Guy, Chucho Nunot and Tom Aubert here on the water. Obviously Zani, local wonder kid, you know, they know the wave like the back of their hand. Local knowledge is so important here, Ben.
It's 27 competitors in the men's category that have been through round 1 and round 2 already this morning. We are now in the middle of round 3. No eliminations as yet. We haven't lost anybody. They will be moving through into either round 3 or 4. But getting themselves acquainted, as many have already done over the last couple of weeks, with this wave, which is tricky as well as spectacular.
Yeah, absolutely. Punta Breta wave selection is key, especially sets, probably in between 6 to 7 minutes in between sets. We have at the moment 20-minute heats with 2-minute transitions. So we are seeing an average of 3 decent sets. Athletes have 12 wave attempts. The top 2 waves are the ones that are going to count. And here we can see out there in the red lycra, that is Tom Aubert, who is your current heat leader with 9.47. You know, the Frenchman riding the duotone gear. Then Chucho Nunot, who is also out there in the white lycra. And then, of course, Zani Guy, who we just talked about before. We could probably be calling this one the rookie of the island.
Yeah, he's had a big morning already. Really got smashed in round 1 and spent most of the time on the beach. Then had to go through a second round and a third round. So huge amount of work for him to do in comparison to somebody who's seeded like Tamubo. This is the first time he's been out in the water this morning. And Chucho Nunot. So there's some that have had 3 attempts at the wave already today, and then others that are seeing it for the first time. And we are getting about to high tide point, right? So it's going to start changing and start increasing.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously Punta Breta works mid-tide is when it is best. It is just coming up on high tide now, around 2 to 2:30. Then when it starts to dry out a little bit, that's when Punta Breta really starts to fire. We saw yesterday on the warm-up day, from about 3 to 4 o'clock, the waves really did start to jack up. Swell has dropped a little bit compared to yesterday. It's looking like today and tomorrow are going to be, let's say, small to average size, and then it is looking like in a couple of days' time that swell is hitting again, and hopefully the size of the waves will be increasing. But still, you know, some nice little sets, a couple of one-hit wonders out there. Obviously, one of the things that you're talking to our judging panel, we have a panel of 5 international judges. They are looking for the best wing foiler that surfs on this wave. They're looking for the athletes that, you know, pick off on the good waves, perform on those good waves, quality versus quantity. They're looking for linking maneuvers together, power, and especially here at Punta Breta is that risk factor, the commitment. as that first section of the wave is right next to the rocks, if they see athletes pushing it from that very first moment, they are going to get the love from the judges. On the contrary, if you are only riding the shoulder or going straight lining down the line, you aren't going to get those scores. So yeah, very, selection is key here. And as we can see, our athletes right out the back waiting for the next set to come in.
Just only a minute left, though. It's a very tight heat so far. Look at the scores: 8.07 for Zani, 7.7 for Chucho, and Tom has got is a leader of 9.47. So if they can grab a wave, and it doesn't look like there is anything on offer for them in the next 40 seconds, could all change. But as I say, they all stay in the competition and roll through into the next 2 rounds. Big changes in the regulations for this year, in that they can use the kite to... They can use the wing as part of the run on the wave to power themselves into tricks, something they weren't allowed to do last year, and that has changed the way that the judges, even if the judges have said it's not a big going to change a big influence on their scores, they are going to be using, we are going to see more tricks potentially on the lip of the wave than in last year. So that's the end of the 20-minute heat, and we have Zani, who was, as I say, on the beach about an hour ago. He is now very much at the top of the standings, second position, with Tom taking that heat victory.
Yeah, and let's not forget, obviously, as we have a 28-man dingle out here, that is the elimination that we are running for this competition, meaning there is 2 repertoires. What does that mean? Basically, the athletes in this round number 3, first athlete, so the winner of the heat, will be advancing through to round number 5. The second and the third athlete will go into round number 4, where they have to battle it out in what I like to say the dungeons, because there you either win or you have a one-way ticket home.
And potentially that is, according to Race Director this morning, potentially happening yet tomorrow. So we're going to try and roll through the best of the conditions for the wingfoilers in the next couple of days. The drone shot showing just how close the waves can break to the shoreline here and the rocks underneath. There's the risk factor, especially for these foilers. If they do go down at that point, then they can find themselves, as we've seen this morning, in a huge amount of trouble. And it does take a long time to get yourself off the beach and back into the water and back into the waves. We saw it with Zani in one of the heats with another of the locals, Sanchez. They basically, both of them, spent most of the time on the beach. Such was the pummeling they got from the wave during their heat. It doesn't take too long to change through into the next heat, so we should be seeing heat 4 in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, that is right. So coming up next, we will be seeing out there on the water, it's going to be Andrea Crociacci, Anderson Gallagher, and Malo Guenolé. You can see starting to warm up some of the athletes getting ready to rumble. But yeah, a very nice heat there, and it is confirmed it was Tom Aubert who took the win. In second position, Zani Guy, and in third position, Chucho Nunot. Only about a 0.0 to a 0.3 difference in between those 3 athletes, so already showing that every heat can be like a final. You really have to go all in because the quality of riders here, because let's not forget, this is an event that every athlete wants to take part of. There's only 28 riders who can get those spots. You have the top 16 pre-qualified riders, and then we have a series of organizer wildcards, video entry wildcards, and then GWA wildcards. So yeah, really good to see everybody out here on the water enjoying the beautiful conditions here of Cape Verde, Punta Preta.
So next heat, we see Malo Guenolé, the winner from this event last year, second overall in last year's tour, with a victory also in the final weekend in Brazil. The first time we'll see Malo, the 19-year-old from Brittany. And he's joined by Bobo Gallagher, the 16-year-old from Maui. Malo, by the way, in the red, so this is who we're watching right now. And this is his first attempt at a wave. The wave's coming straight at the top of this heat. We saw the sets sitting between the 2 heats a few moments ago. And no athlete was able to use the really, really nice set of waves, but now just fallen on the very top of this heat. I think it's started. I haven't actually heard the announcement from race direction. But that is Malo Guenolé, who is hoping to repeat his victory from last year. Bobo Gallagher in white, and then in blue, Andrea Chorocchiara.
Yeah, Chorocchiara. Looking forward to seeing this guy. Heard a lot about this youngster. And as we can see, he is going to be out there on the blue Lycra. We're going to have Bobo out there on the white Lycra, who took the win in Ibiraquera, the final event of the season, as you said there, Ben. And then, of course, Malo Guenolé. He is the man to look at. When it comes to wave events, Malo Guenolé, Finn Spencer, and Cash Bazzola are the three guys to really look out there. He is out there on the gong equipment, so he's on the droid. He's riding the lethal board. And one of the big differences, Malo, he has a 60-litre board, which for the size of the athlete and what other athletes are riding out there, it's considered quite a big board. But Malo has a big longboarding and a big SUP in background, so he's used to throwing a board around, and you know, he's been a multiple-time world champion. He's defending champion here in Cape Verde. Obviously, works for him.
And a man who is, as you say, happy on any type of board on the water. Comes from Brittany, just south of the Saint-Nazaire, and the river that joins the sea there in the Bay of Biscay. We've got quite a few Frenchmen from Brittany, and also from down south in the Mediterranean. It wasn't Malo on that wave. It must have been either we saw him pre the start of this heat, or it was Andrea in the blue. Our monitor's a bit tricky to count the colours. That is Andrea in the blue. And he's been smashed around this morning as well in some of his earlier heats. Gets onto the wave then, nice and close to the pocket, the break, a little bit ahead in fact, and now starts to turn through the wave, but there's not much there for him at the end. Has to pump out of it.
Yeah, it is a little one-hit wonder at the moment, as obviously as the swell is a bit smaller. Here you can see Malo Guenolé. So this is, you know, perfect example there of the difference. You can see him, you know, powering through that bottom turn off the top and really going back to that pocket, that power section of the wave. So what he's doing is he's making sure that the foil and the board carries that speed so he can then go a little bit further along. One of the differences in the format this season is that athletes can put both hands on the wing and air, which is one of the big differences. A lot of the athletes are asking about that. Bobo here, as we said before, winner of the Ibiraquera 2024 event. In the back, we have out there in the red lycra as well as we start to move along. So it is going to be Andrea. And these guys are synchronized surfing out there, dancing.
Well, got to make use of the set once it's there for you. Not too much of a gap between the previous set and this, so that's a decent amount of selection for them, and with 15 minutes still to go, certainly a couple more waves to go. Back with Malo, and nice big arcing turns on the wave. Now straightens up, gets both hands on the wing, and goes for a big air. Now, if you do that once, if you do it again on the same wave, you need to vary up the move. You can't just do the same jump, because the judges are not so interested in the air time as it is. They are much more interested in the way you surf the wave. But if you do then do two pops with the same trick, then almost you get penalised, because the creativity is what they're looking for when it comes to those air sections.
Absolutely, Ben. Yeah, judges, they're looking for a flowy surfer. They really want that, you know, it looks like they're just painting and drawing it out there on the wave. You know, straight lining is not going to cut it. Here we can see definitely Bobo is going to be lining up for something, grabbing those two handles to get the power from the wing. He's looking for that air section, but kind of this is going to be a one-move wave, because he's gone straight lined all the way along, and if he's not careful, this is where it starts to get close to the rocks. And one of the things we've been mentioning here in Cape Verde, if you go down in that section, you really are risking that you will be coming up against the rocks, and you will not be going back out in your heat, because obviously there's, you know, athletes have second amounts of gear on the beach to try and fly back out if something like that happens. But by the time you get washing machine by the wave to then get out to get back onto the wave, you're pretty much not going to be able to. And here we can see Andrea just on that other wave before, little bit of an air, but nothing too special right out on the shoulder. Not going to be a big scorer, and we can see already it is Andrea who has a 4.48 and a 3.07, but Malo Guenolé with one turn on 2 different waves has scored equal as much amount as the other guys who have been doing a few maneuvers, showing that what the judges want is that quality versus quantity.
I wonder if Bobo was just kind of getting out of the situation he found himself in on that wave, just powering through it just to make sure they didn't go down, stay on his board and get back out there, because it really is a huge waste of time if you do find yourself in the water and the board, and obviously also puts in danger the foil and the board if it's then washed up onto the shore with the rocks underneath. There are our judges, as we said, 5 judges from 3 different nations, 3 French, 1 Portuguese and 1 Spaniard. I'm not going to pronounce all their names because I'm going to fail.
The boys.
The boys, there we
go. The boys are in the house. So yeah, how it works with the judges, it's a panel of 5 international judges. The top score and the bottom score gets scratched, and then the average of the 3 middle scores is the number that you see coming up there. So what that does is it makes that, there's some judges prefer one thing, other judges prefer the other. It makes that it is complete. And look at Malo here. He is making it pure surfing. Back to the pocket, we saw him letting that foil loose, kind of spinning out a little bit, kind of controlled, outer controlled. And again, that is so hard to do on a foil, to actually be able to get it out of the water. And yeah, obviously, Malo Guenolé in full form, defending champion, and it looks like he does not want to lose that title this season.
That looked really nice run from Malo, so let's see what the judges make of it. Biggest score so far in the competition is a 13 point something that we saw from Finn Spencer, 13.7 in Heat 2 of round 3. So we're not massive scores, but then we haven't necessarily seen some of the top seeds as yet. This is the first real chance to see them. And a replay of Bobo going for an air.
Yeah, nice toe side tweak there. So kind of railing it out. But again, the air game, just because people do an air doesn't mean they're going to get top scores. It's all about what move you're doing at what section of the wave. For these guys that are the best in the world freestylers as well, for him to be going straight lining on a wave, tweak out an air and land again is nothing for them. But if they will be able to perform that maneuver just as they're hitting the lip to then land back on the power section of the wave, that is a completely different story. And now looking at another story coming at us, set is coming in, Malo Guenolé dropping in.
It's picked another good set of waves here in the centre. There's 2 that have come in already. And it's just so flowy, isn't it? Beautiful carving turns up and down the wave. A little slow, so he's going to get caught out by a bit of the foam, but staying nice and stable on the board and pops out of it as well. The score on the last one was 7.2, and that looked equal to it if he could stay on the board at the end. He comes all the way down to the south side of the beach, comes out of the wave, in fact keeps him going, stays on the board, which we weren't seeing so much of in rounds 1 and 2, but that was another beautiful run from Malo. Presumably the other 2 were on the waves as well. Yes, here is Bobo's.
Obviously, you can see the difference also. Malo Guenolé, regular foot, so he's going front side. Bobo here going backside, which is a little harder because you can't see what is happening with the wave. Bobo again straight lining, going for that tweak air, and this is where he's gonna really want to start to flow through. And he's Bobo coming off of a high, winning the last event. Obviously, Ibarakera had a freestyle aspect in it. It was 2 waves and 1 freestyle move, so kind of played in his favor a bit, but it looks like the youngster really pulling off. But yeah, looking at Malo Guenolé before, he is out there on the 510 lethal. That is a 60-litre board. Talked to him this morning. He was either going to go out on the Fluid 8, 600 or 500 front wing. Looking at the conditions, I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's on a 600 to have a little bit more lift because the wind isn't quite there. 85 centimetre mast, and then he has the Surf Freestyle back wing, all of course by Gong, and then out there on the Droid, looking from what I can see is looking like around the 4 to 4.5 meter. So regular setup there for Malo. As I mentioned before, he's a fan of the bigger boards, uses And looks like it is definitely working for him, waiting for those scores to come in, Ben, because that was definitely looking like one of the best waves. Still waiting for scores to come in. Going to be around the 7s. Is it going to be bigger than the 7.27 that we saw from Spencer before?
That was Andrea's run on the same set of waves. Nice and clean. And we've still got them out there, waiting for the next set. But Malo definitely a step ahead of the others in this particular competition. Round 3, heat 4. Halfway through then, round 3. But as just to reiterate, we're not going to be losing any riders. They are going to progress. All of them are going to progress through to 4 or 5. 7 minutes still remaining. So Bobo got a 5.3 on that same wave that Malo got a 7.0. And starts to give us a feel of what the judges are, how harsh the judges are feeling, what sort of standard that they're trying to set today, as then we move into the more serious parts of the competition, where we start eliminating people a bit later on.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. I mean, Malo, he has a little bit more style. You could see he was staying a little bit closer to the power section of the wave. Bobo straight lined a little bit at the beginning to be able to get that ASO judges obviously going, okay, if he wasn't on a wing, he wouldn't have been able to keep going straight to the air. So little details come into account, but still very nice. And I caught up earlier this morning with Bobo as well, because obviously Bobo, he's one of the smaller athletes, and he is on a 475 front wing. So obviously he's one of the lighter athletes out there. 72 centimeter mass, so a little shorter than it comes to Malo, and he is out there on a 4.2, a 34 litre board, so almost half the literage than we have from Malo.
Just 16 years of age is Bobo Gallagher, and presumably a little less heavy than Malo, who's quite a tall teenager in comparison.
Yeah, he's definitely lighter, but he can pack a punch.
Yeah, right.
Definitely can pack a punch. And yeah, now, so we got 13.14 for Malo. So average scores, we're starting to see athletes come in. And here we can see Bobo again, having a little look-see, deciding against it. 12 waves. Each athlete can go on 12 waves. Where does a wave count? It counts when the judges see that they have determination of going on that wave. They can have a little look-see and then go away from it, but if they have a look-see, go down and then decide against it, that will be counted as one of their waves. So 12 waves, top 2 ones are the ones that are going to count. We are down here for the GWA WINGFOIL World Cup in Cape Verde 2025 and powered by Armstrong. Looking forward to the action. This is definitely one of the highlights of the season, and no better place to start it off.
Yeah, absolutely. As most of the winter still sits in, most of Europe still sits in the winter. Nice to come down south to the islands and get some winter sun, and the weather providing pretty consistent wave conditions, at least for the next couple of days. Trying to get through as much of the competition as we can before potentially slightly lighter conditions moving into next week. All 3 of our athletes in this 4th heat running 5 waves. Bobo missed 1, but all pretty consistent and all sticking to the sets that they're being given. We didn't see that same rhythm in the early stages. There was lots missed, and one athlete picking a set, but the others not, and a bit more consistent now as we move through into the later rounds.
And there you can see also Andrea just starting to cruise and peruse and make his way along. Beautiful wave that really opened up on the reef. So Andrea starting off smaller size, but still 2 good turns. Now he's going to be looking for an air here. You can see him crouching like a tiger. Just a nice little indie off the end there. And I mean, look at that water. It's shallow. It's right next to the reef, and that reef wants to take a bite out of you.
It didn't need to use the wing there for his trick. Just use the pressure of the foil to pop himself out of the water.
yeah, really pushing down to be able to get that pop and get that lift off. And at the moment, we're just coming up on 3.5 minutes to go of this heat. So maybe enough time. I can see a little bit of energy there on the backside. And also we can start to see the crowd starting to roll in. Here we have down at the end, that is going to be Tom Aubert, who just came out of his heat with a win. So he's going to be happy because he's going to be all the way through to round number 5. So a little bit of resting. And obviously as swell is supposed to be increasing. But one of the things that we see with Tom is he does start to perform when the waves get bigger.
Looks like we might be building to another set soon. Bobo on a small one here, as we saw Malo a little bit earlier. 8.78 is Bobo's total at the moment, with 2.5 minutes remaining. 8.63 on the screens. But that doesn't look like it'll trouble the judges too much. It's not the big sets that we're seeing before. Is there enough in the water for another decent improvement? You would say that Malo's pretty good on 13.14, but 8.41 and 8.78 the other two scores.
And here a nice wave. Malo there with the gong droid. I love Malo's side. Just how he just cruises through the water and such a laid-back style, but fully in control. He's, you know, watching Malo and watching Cash, it's that controlled, out of control style that they have. It looks like they're, you know, really full power into it. And the kind of the difference in between, let's say, Cash and Malo. Malo is a more power surfer, so he's more about those open face hacks. When we see Cash coming up, who's going to be coming up very shortly, as they were the top 2 last year, he's more about the air maneuvers. He's one of the athletes that really pushed the being able to hold on to the wing surfing style when it comes doing the airs off of this wave. I mean, one of the biggest images of all times of Punta Preta is Josh Angulo powering and airing that first section completely and doing what they used to call a Jesus Christ, which was holding their hands behind their back in the windsurf in the air. And being able to bring that in with the wing foiling as well, to see those there. We saw it in the warm-up, Ben, when we had Zanny just really getting some nice airs and throwing it down. If you can hit it in the section, judges are really going to be rewarding that commitment and that quality of maneuver.
20 seconds remaining on this heat then. And it looks as though the water's pretty calm. Not going to provide any more sets for them. So that will be a heat win for Malo. Pretty chilled up in the judges panel as well. And very tight between Bobo and Andrea for second. TV graphics suggesting that Bobo is second, Andrea third. Does that... Bobo second, Andrea third on my live timing on the computer, so that's good. Everyone's agreeing with each other. That's the end of the heat then. A 2-minute change round, and we will get heat 5 underway in just a few moments' time. Heat 5, and there we go. There's another set rolling in. We're not quite at the start yet, but they're already playing around as you would expect. Mali Franco, very exciting young kid from Mali. Liam Corral and Benny Carpentier are 3 riders, and the set has just rolled in between the 2 heats once again, giving the guys an opportunity to play around. Got to be careful not to get caught out by it before the heat starts, though, as Malo heads himself towards the beach. Job done. So in white then is Liam. Blue for Gnarly Marley. Benoit Comportier in the red lycra. Average age of our entries are 27 entries in the wingfoil is 20, or 21 actually. But we do have a few elder gentlemen involved in, including Kieran Varmo, who's not actually here today, and unfortunately will turn up just after he's been eliminated, because this evening is, we're expecting to finish this round 3 this evening, and Kieran will not then progress into round 4. But Benoit Carpentier, another of the elder at 29 years old from Brittany, the longboard SUP world champion for 2024. And a few guys heading up onto the beach as the next heat begins. But unfortunately, as we saw, the set just preceding the heat. And so we'll have a few moments before we can start to see the scores roll in. Liam Corral, another young rider from Maui, 17 years old. And the other of the 3, another rider from Maui, 8 in total in the entry, and that is Malo Franco. Actually down on the entry list as Canadian, has both Canadian and Mexican nationalities, but has spent all of his life in Maui, and is another of the Maui watermen. To say 8 in total. And another look at Malo's 7.02 run there, the best run of the last heat.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Introducing the 2025 Float. Elevate your sessions with the 2025 Float from Duotone.
Round 3, Heat 5 up next for you, and it is Malo Franco in the blue lycra, Liam Corral in the white, and Benoit Carpentier, one of our older competitors, in the red lycra. It has already begun. We've already got scores on the doors, and we're watching a replay of Liam on his first set. Pretty straight, using the kite to power through it. But with 20-minute heats in total, plus a 2-minute transition time, plenty of time to get yourselves another couple of runs. We've seen an average of about 8 different waves from the majority of heats so far in this third round. So that's the wave starting to build bigger and bigger as we move through into the afternoon. The tide begins to go out. So scores for Liam. He's already done 2 waves, actually, in comparison to what we're seeing for the others, who have got 1 wave from Benoit, but no scores yet for Marley Franco. Now, unseeded, Marley was out there earlier on in the first round and found himself being smashed about a bit onto the rocks, just 16 years of age. One of a plethora of young Maori riders, part of the Cabrina youth team, the next gen. He was part of the North Kite next gen team during COVID.
All right, and here we can see Liam Corral. He's just starting nice and right up on the right-hand side of this point, so right in the power section. First good turn. All right, so that's a little bit of a better air because at least he's doing it on, not all the way out on the shoulder. Again here, can he hold this together? Yes, he does, but repeating himself. So judges having to use the power of the wing to be able to get past that section, and now is just airing off. So, you know, kind of a little bit of damage control after that maneuver there from Liam, but still those first 2 turns, very nice. He's got a 6.33, a 0.7. Got to be improved on his backup score, but as you said before, Marley already having quite a nice wave. And then Benoit Carpentier coming from France. He has been a world champion SUP wave rider, and you can see him out there on the free wing, and just look at the difference of that body language. He's crouched, he's engaged, and using the power of the wave to go from section to section.
Unfortunately, though, this doesn't end well for him, and it goes down hard in the water. He's still in the water at the moment, but thankfully it's flattened out, so he's able to recover. Interesting to see what the judges think of that, because the run was really good, just the end there ended up compromising him, but the risk was really high.
Yeah, Marley really powering into it. But yeah, so judges, as you say, they're going to make a difference, and now waiting for scores to be dropped. Sun right in our eyes at some of these times, so kind of hard. But here we can see Benoit Carpentier is going to be dropping in now. Okay, deciding against it, turning back around. We are just about 12 minutes to go. Yep, exactly.
Correcting me that what we saw earlier was actually Marley in blue. And yes, you can't really see the colours on our monitor. I'm hoping that you can where you're watching from. But that was kind of what we saw from Marley in the early rounds.
Correct.
Really high risk, and unfortunately just not completing. Given a 4.37 for that. So not dissimilar to what he got on his first run, which we didn't see. That was whilst we're in commercial. But it's not bad. Halfway through this second heat. Benoit still with just 1 score and 1 wave. So that we picked up on him just bailing out of a wave, and obviously the judges deciding that wasn't even worth scoring.
Yeah, Benoit, he's obviously, has a lot of competition experience, and, when it comes to waves, he really knows what he's talking about. He was second a few years back, 2022, if my memory serves me right, and then last year he was 5th over here, so he's always top 5 in this event. It's one of the only events he comes to, as he is a pure wave rider, and patience is key when it comes to wave riding. Sometimes, especially when at location like this where there's not always waves, it really is defined by the sets that are coming through. Sometimes, it can be the end of the heat and you can either try and scavenge or, scratch together something on the inside, or wait for that energy, do a little wave dance out the back and hope for the best. And if that set does come through, you will be rewarded if you perform. You can see here already Liam riding the bump. So you can see how that wave is starting to power through and, forming a little bit on the reef. But nope, nothing, just having a little look-see, so that won't count, as we were saying before, as a wave for him, because he's only just had a look, gone, and then gone up. He never engaged into that wave.
It feels as though they sit quite far out the back, waiting for these waves to form, and pick them up pretty early. And from the beach, doesn't look like really a wave, but they're feeling something that then develops much, much later on. That's really that knowledge of being on the water, playing to the fore. This is, again, committed for a long time there, but it didn't develop into anything. And heads back out again, using the wing to get himself back out the back. Of course, there is this priority as well. The windward surfer being given priority. Haven't seen that really coming to a force because there's been sets of 3 or 4 good waves, so they just end up dividing themselves in between waves.
Okay, yeah, no, exactly. I mean, as there's waves coming through, priority really starts to happen when it is man on man, because that is where, you know, the athletes are really scavenging back up to the point to be able to get first pick on that set. Normally, let's say the going rule when a set comes through is you want to be going on the second or third out of the 4 or 5 waves, because it's normally where A, the powerful wave is, and B, if you take off on the first wave and fall, you're going to get munched by the whole set. So, you know, it's always interesting. Surfers will always say to take the second or third wave of the set, which is kind of what we've been seeing at the moment, you know, just trying to add scores together. Nothing huge so far. Liam was 6.33. Let's not forget high score at the moment, a 7.27 there from Jeffrey. We saw Malo also with a couple of good combinations. But yeah, looks like as it stands, athletes around the 12 to 13 point averages are showing that they are the top ones to be looking at.
Decent first wave coming into the beach now. Whether that's going to develop into a full set, I think they're feeling as though it is. Benoit heading back out again. So we've seen Benoit do that a few times now, run in to the beach and then bail out of the wave. There's Liam. 4 waves on the cards for Liam. Benoit's only got 1 score so far. We're over halfway through this heat, so it's not about quantity for sure. You don't need to do 12, 13, but he does need to get 1 more on for sure.
Yeah, he's just, you can see he's being nice and patient out there, just waiting for the creepy peelers to come in and here. Oh, going down, and that is going to cost him dearly, because I can see some waves starting to come in, and they're out the back. That is going to be Marley, who is dropping in. Looking like he's out on a 4 meter, 4.2 if my eyesight is correct. Bigger size wings at the moment, because, you know, some of the athletes, the generic front wing is around the 600s to be able to get that lift, but then have the speed and the maneuverability when they're on the wave. But yeah, a little slow in this heat. The ocean really isn't sending any motion so far.
That was Liam going down, by the way, and Marley riding pretty safe, actually. Benoit must have gone in too. Here is Liam's big air. And yeah, the wave just wasn't there for him when he wanted to land. He's managed to get himself back up again. So that's good news for the remainder of the heat. And scores now coming in for a run that we didn't see of Benoit's. But it's they're not high scores. So he's going to have to go back out and find another one and hope, as you say, that the sets come a bit more frequently than they have done so far in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to tide situation, we're just going past high tide. So normally when the tides change, there's half an hour to 40 minutes where, let's say, the energy completely drops and then the ocean kind of starts to reset itself. So I reckon we are right now smack in the middle of that. And then we saw yesterday, as of 4 o'clock, is when we really started to see the quality come through. So waiting now for a little bit more. So yep, that is it. We are right just off, and now we're going to start to see that tide pushing up. So who is going to be the best rider out there? We will find out. And Marley here on a very nice big opening carving hacks. Judges are going to love this all the way from the back. Look at that. Okay, tweaks it out at the end as well. Your North rider, Marley. Very nice wave. Going to be interesting to see the scores on that one, because those were 2 big, nicely timed turns all the way in from the outside and picking off with good wave selections. I reckon he's definitely going to be increasing his score. And
that was also a run that we saw this morning, but this time completed without a crash. So at the moment, with a 5.03 and a 3-7. See if judges fancy that one. Benoit's scores very poor on his second run, so he's got to go again. And I think we saw just at the bottom of the shot that he went down. This is Benoit? I think it is. So that was happening just as Marley on the left-hand side began his run. And so no wonder the scores were poor for that.
Yeah, just kind of going off the back, but still some numbers are going to be coming in. Obviously, with 3 athletes out there in the water, sometimes they're going on one way or the other. We'll be showing that on the replays. But yeah, just coming up on 5 minutes to go. And oh, he's lost his wing. Red Lycra, Benoit Carpentier. I can see him paddling. So obviously had a little bit of an equipment failure or let go so it doesn't get completely washing machines and trashed on the shore. But yeah, that is going to be a devastating moment for him, because I doubt he's going to have enough time to be able to get back to shore, get another wing, and then get back out into the break. So harsh deals for Benoit, and he's one of the favourites for this event.
Waiting for that score to come in for Marley Franco. Just finishing the last of the scores before we verify it. But it's not huge.
Yeah, so now the tide definitely coming up on the push, as it's changed at about 2 o'clock. So I'm going to say in about half an hour's time, we're really going to see a change in the ocean and it start to push forward. Liam here, one of the F1 youngsters. Same move as before. Nice little hack just in front of the lip to then cruise his way along. And this is where these guys use that air section, because when it's bigger, that hollow section of the wave gives you a possibility of doing an air. Oh, combo. Wow, that would have been nice if he had landed. That was a combination move there. So going for the air, look at this. Beautiful slow-mo. Tweaks out that back, lands, and then pops going into that front side free. And just so unfortunately missing it. Mixing it up, I love it.
Sits on a score of 10 for Marley Franco. So that is not winning this heat at the moment with 3.5 minutes remaining. Liam's got a better two-wave score. And Liam's going to get another score coming in here. Now, where is Benoit Carpentier? Has he got his wing back in his hand? And is he on another wave? Because he desperately needs another wave. A 5 is small for him.
Now I can see out the corner of our booth, because we have front row seats here, right. Ben, and he is paddling along. Can see one of his mates has a wing in his hand, but he has shy of 3 minutes to be able to get the wing, get back out there and continue on. So I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say this is the end of this heat for Benoit, meaning he's going to have to battle it out in round number 4, which is the last elimination round, meaning that only one will survive. Liam taking off another way. He's keeping himself busy, Liam.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 7th wave for him in this 20 minutes, and it's a nice set again. He's nice and a bit low in the wave, perhaps, but relatively close to the pocket. The drone shot showing just how beautiful the barrel is on that one. Just looks a little bit chill, to be fair. Not that crouched down, attacking posture that we saw from Marley earlier on. He's riding the wave nice, but it is just a little bit, when it comes to commitment, perhaps slightly missing there from Liam. Although he is, at the moment, our heat winner.
Yeah, 11.43, so he's in that first position. We were talking before, you know, Malo Guenolé, 13.14, Finn Spencer, 13.70. So those are kind of the top scores. Arthur Tabor also with an 11.63. So Liam definitely in the mix, but that 13-point average is where we're seeing the top guys. Let's not forget, coming up next, we're going to have the 2023 world champion, Wesley Brito, the Black Mamba, the Beast. About 100 kilos of animal going to be released out here in the water. He is the local boy from Cape Verde, known for very powerful surfing. Wind is a little bit on the lighter side, so let's see how he kind of puts up. And you can see face of frustration there from Benoit, as he knows with 1 minute on the clock, there's not really enough time for him to go out and get another wave. So he is going to be moving through to round number 4.
Great effort from his mate there to get right into the water to give him the wing, but we'll have seen the flag, heard the announcement from race direction that this is the end of the heat, and unfortunately, I mean, didn't have many waves on the board anyway in comparison to the other two, and then with that failure, put himself in the danger zone. No waves to change any scores, so that is heat 5 done. And it will be Liam Corral who takes the heat win, moves directly into round 5. I almost feel like Marley Franco deserved a bit more from what he was showing out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Marley putting on a great show. It ain't over yet. He has round number 4, so still has another chance to continue on. But before we go into the next heat, let's have a short commercial break.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Back and welcome back, everybody, as we continue on in round number 3, heat number 6. Let's have a look and see who is going to be coming up next and battle it off. Winner will make their way through to round number 5. Second and third will go to round number 4. Anchor Sosa, the young Spaniard coming from Fuerteventura, Cabrina athlete. Wesley Brito, 2023 World Wave Wingfoil champion. The Black Mamba he's known like. And then we have Axel, the Axe Gerard. This youngster, one of the most complete athletes we have on tour, coming from France, riding for AFS. He can do it all. Impressed us a couple of years ago when the waves here, we had almost 12-foot waves breaking, and this kid who was probably a foot shorter back then had no fear and just went for it. So looking forward to see how he does here. We are just about to go into sequence. Continuing on, round number 3 of competition, the first event of the season, and when it comes to the Wave Tour, this is going to be where we define who our world champions are.
So Anchor in the blue, Wesley in the white, Axel in the red. Seen Anchor already. Oh, and already down into the water. Actually, that kite may have, the wing may have deflated as well. It's a little bit flat when he hit the water there. But the set's rolling in already, so we're getting some decent action here. Here's Axel. Very flowy, not too aggressive, quite far away from the break. Well, certainly the drone shot suggested it. What about this shot? It's very nice.
There you go. Much better turn. Just again, back and forward all the way along. 2 hands. This is when you're going to start to release that forward. This is looking like could be the wave of the event so far. All the way down and breaching the fall on the top. Staying right in that power zone, and now all the way out on the shoulder. But this wave, great selection here from Axel, because if you have a look a little bit on our left here, Ben, it's opening all the way across the bay. This has got, but misses out at the end. Such a shame, because I'm going to say that looks like one of the longest waves we've had so far.
Yeah, Wesley was on that too. So just picking up Wesley right at the end here, but I think he was on 1 wave behind, and an equally super long wave He's the only one still standing on his board by the looks of things. The other two down in the water. So the scores will soon roll in for all three getting themselves a nice, decent set to play with at the top of round 3, heat 6.
And we can see Wesley Brito there. He is out on the new float from Duotone Wings. And this is a pretty much wave and downwind 100% wing. Great for jumping, great for freestyle, but it has drift and very light wind, lightweight. So what that does, it allows the athlete to stay completely connected to the wave, and is the, let's say, the wing that the athletes are using a bit more. Last season we saw them, a lot of them out there on the Unit D labs, and it looks like the float is going to be the one that is continuing on and pushing Wesley so far. Just waiting to see how that scored it, because as you said, Ben, he was on the wave behind. And Wesley Brito, his score just coming in. Medium scores, as it's just going to be dropped by our judges. Looking like around the 5s. Axel up there in the 6 to the 7s. Going to be penalized for that crash. And look at this, Anko Sosa. Look at that shot.
Oish. Just losing balance midway through. Oh, nice 3. And lands it and stays at the top of the wave here. He was the one that was in the water right at the top of our heat, but he's picked up another very nice long wave. And he comes out and down. Oh, it's going to cost him.
That is going to cost him, because that board here is going to have to scavenge if he wants to make sure that doesn't go onto the rocks. So obviously, as that tide is pretty much completely full now, you can see them coming closer to the rocks. It's completely low, excuse me. Now that the water is going to start to push, we're already seeing with some of those sides. Wesley Brito there going for that 3 in a decent section of the wave. The first one from Anchor was very nice as well. Drone can mislead you. It can seem closer. I'm going to say it looked like the one from Anchor was a little bit further out on the shoulder. And looking at the scores coming up on our board here, I think the one from Wesley, here we can see the Black Mamba dropping in. Let's see how close to the pocket he was when he performed that 3.
So this is the second of his runs. Pops out. And that we saw him do a trick afterwards. That's certainly not as spectacular as what we saw earlier. Does put 2 scores on the board though. But judges agree, 4.2 for that second run versus the 5.0 that he was awarded for the first. But Axel with a 6.4 for his first. You suggested it might be the wave of the event so far, but judges thinking otherwise.
Yeah, judges, I'm going to say harsh deals.
Yeah, right.
I am going to say harsh deals. I think he has definitely been penalized at the end of that wave for falling off. But yeah, I mean, right in the section, dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Obviously early days, so as we go in, scores will come in. The one from Finn, a little bit flowier, but I was expecting it to be around the 7s. But panel of 5 judges, that's why they're there, to make sure that everything is on point, as we are just coming up on 14 minutes left. And there we have Malo Guenolé on the left, Rui Meida, Noé Cantalov, Alvaro Nevo, our head judge, in the back, and there on the far right-hand corner of your screen, we can see Julian Kernier together with Jose Luengo. Those are our judges. Can be your best friend or your worst enemy.
3 way out the back for the moment. Over half of this heat still remains. Plenty of time to get more waves. But unlike what we saw in the previous heat, just 2 waves taken by 2 of our competitors, Axel missing the second one, so without a score on the board for the moment, but no other small waves taken so far in 8 minutes of competition.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny, Ben. We've seen there's a heat that suddenly has 3 to 4 sets. Then there seems to kind of be like a 10-minute recess, and then it comes again. It's not consistently kind of every 6 or 7. Obviously, as we said, you know, completely low tides pushing up now. So obviously normally, you know, Punta Preta is known for best conditions when it is on mid-tide. I was talking to Mito Monteiro, who is one of the local athletes, the kite surfing godfather, as he's known knows this waves better than anybody, and was saying that with this swell direction coming from the northwest, it is very nice here for Punta Preta, but the afternoon is where their quality is going to be at.
So many of these athletes also spending a bit of time here pre-competition, 1, 2, 3 weeks, just to get acclimatized. A good opportunity, a good excuse to come ride in Cape Verde, and also get that local knowledge that seems to be so important. Obviously, Wesley Brito, a man with possibly the most local knowledge in the competition. And Axel Gerard goes for another big air and lands it beautifully. It's not over yet. They've got to keep this fluidity going on the wave. He cuts back into the foam. Then the wave dies out, but that's got to be another half-decent score.
Big opener there from Axel. Talked to him this morning. He's out on the pure 700, 150 backwing, 85 centimeter mask. He is on a 4.5, the Pro FS board, and on the new Delight, where there is a boom instead of handles as there was before. But I mean, so talk about starting off with a bang, huge air. Going to be interesting to see how the judges score that, because yes, opened up air right in the pocket, right in the sweet spot of the wave, but then the wave kind of died out. Going to be, you know, interesting to see what kind of numbers come up on the board.
Yeah, Anchor was on a wave as well. Just picking up with Wesley, who was out there too, cutting really right back. So should be getting scores for all three athletes in a few moments' time.
I can just see here Zanny outside of our booth getting ready, getting some of the love from the local media. Obviously the rookie here of the Cape Verdean boys, and every time there's a Cape Verdean in the water, you can hear that crowd go wild.
Organisers get the opportunity to enter 2 wild cards into the competition. There's limited spaces, of course, in the competition itself. So video applications, then the promoter themselves have a couple of spaces, and the organisers have a couple of spaces. They can do what they wish with them. And the organisers here running a qualifier to allow 2 locals into the competition. Here's Wesley, and that was nice. Bit straight, perhaps, not too much carving through the wave. And now he starts the more traditional surf turns. Having to pump out of it, though.
You can see all the way along. Nice wave there from Wesley. But yeah, like you were saying, Ben, not as fluid as Axel Gerard, but still starting to add some of those turns in. He has, you know, Wesley has one of the best air games out there. But obviously, let's not forget Wesley, about 100 kilos, so probably 50 kilos over the other athletes who are out in the water at the moment. And wind is a little bit on the light side so far.
Still waiting for scores to come in from that third run from Axel. Seen Anchor's back in the water, so he's had a fall on the last set, unfortunately. And so scores quite far off Wesley and Axel, but I suppose that's what you would expect. The young Fuerteventurian, far less ranked this year than Wesley and Axel, who are right at the very top of our ranking from last year.
Yeah, obviously coming from Fuerteventura, has his fair share of waves. There we can see Lucas Stiller, the official photographer here of the GWA WINGFOIL World Tour. The man getting the man behind the lens, getting the shots.
I did wonder. We had a couple of drone shots. Looked like a boy in the water.
Nah, he's just making sure the athletes go all the way around him, mate.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just coming on a little bit over halfway through this heat, and yeah, as you were mentioning, Anchor Sosa, he has only done a few events when, you know, the likes of Wesley Brito and Axel Gerard, they kind of follow the tour. But Axel slicing up his competition so far, 12.10, and looking to increase. He's got a backup score of 5.67 and a 6.43, so quite consistent throughout the 2 waves. Wesley with a 6.07 and a 5.05, and now it does look like I can see a little bit of energy, and Axel dropping in here on an inside roller quite close to the reef.
Kite in the right hand, nice. Big long turns. Just caught the lip there. Has to power up just a little bit. Straight. So what's he going to do with this? All gets caught by the brake.
You do not want to be going down there. You do not want to. He is going to be scrambling like no tomorrow. Oh, Wesley!
Big hit for Wesley.
Pole vaulting himself off of his board. So there we can see Axel down right next to the rocks. Is he going to be able to get back out? That is going to be the question, because he was very committed, very deep along the reef. You can see our cameraman's just checking it out. Wesley, fortunately, going off the back, so he's going to be back in action. And Ankos also just watching the carnage.
I mean, Axel, at least at the moment, leads our heat. They're going to give him scores for that attempt. But was relying upon the wing to try and get himself out of trouble.
Oh, he is so lucky that there was not another wave coming in behind him on that one, because he found down right in the what we call the impact zone of the competition area.
So the man on his board, riding goofy. So, Joe, is that a bit of a disadvantage being right-footed rather than left, considering the wave direction here?
Obviously, going front side is easier, so to speak. Obviously, it depends on the athlete, because you can see everything that's happening. You do not, haven't got your back to the wave. You have your front to the wave, so you are a lot more engaged. Some people say that you can go a little bit more vertical backside, because you are pulling those shoulders round, going up, and then kind of pivoting off. But I think it's fair to say that generically, it can be a little bit more complicated to get those turns, but we've seen it on kiteboarding, athletes winning here at this this event on different disciplines, even if they're going backside. And when it comes to on the wing foiling, so far it has always been frontside riders.
Yeah, it looks a bit twisted as well with the wing up above your head. It looks a lot more comfortable if you're facing the wave. So Wesley's still in the water, hasn't got back on his board yet. We followed Ankor, who's improved his score actually. That last run, a 3.97, which included what I think was a backflip, but then he let go of the wing,
unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the freestyle orientated riders, so you know, the likes of Ankor, Chavi Kors, a lot of these boys that come from a big freestyle background, we're starting to see them joining in the waves, because you know the goal of the tour is to create more complete athletes, so that you know they freestyle, they wave ride, they slalom, you name it, they do it to become the best athlete that they can in the sport. With these freestylers starting to come to the wave events as well, we're seeing the fusion of those two sports, and we are really starting to see that air game, that freestyle trick being added into the surfing. Ankor here, there you go, going for a free, holds it together nicely in there, but not landing it clean, not keeping the speed, having to go off the back.
And none of those S-turns that you were looking for.
I mean, in the end, this is a wave event, so we are looking for surfing. Throw a flip down when you're coming off of the lip and land it in the pocket. Kudos to you, but to do it out on the shoulder isn't going to increase it too much.
Axel back up on his board. I saw Wesley was as well with 4 minutes remaining. Another big air from him. And then back into surf mode. It's a nice combination there, starting off with the surfing, then putting in a trick.
Oh, passing this, airing across that section there. Great work. You can definitely see Axel knows the conditions, knows the break. And that is going to be a great wave for him. His backup score of a 567. Obviously, judges have a different perspective than we do. They're a little bit further up on the point and can see it a little, more direct. But it looks like the judges are happy with that one. Let's see if that's going to improve on Axel's scores. At the moment, still comfortably the leader.
Wesley was out on a wave as well, but doesn't look as though that score is going to be particularly strong, although actually the judges have just deleted it. So going to be an improvement with Axel's score, potentially, but only by a margin, and he is still leading anyway. Two minutes and 50 seconds remaining. With that set just rolling through, I'm not sure we're going to get another one, to be fair. Anchor with a 7.87. It's a high-scoring round for the top two, though. Over 10 for Wesley and Axel.
Yeah, Axel's definitely going to be happy with that, and it's anybody's game. I mean, you know, as only 2 waves count, you can, if they are on the wave in the last second of their heat, so if they drop into the wave on the final moment, that still counts. So it really isn't over until the buzzer. Wesley, you can see, riding along, looking for the bump, looking for that swell. He knows he needs to get a groove on. Deciding against that, so turn around, going to be waiting for that set. I mean, this is where the fine line in between, are you patient or do you try and get whatever is given? He knows he needs a decent score to be able to overtake Axel, because he's going to, you know, he's going to be needing about a 7. So he would need, to increase by 1.22. So he's going to need about a 7 point something if he wants to be able to overtake Axel, if Axel doesn't improve on his score. So Wesley, I think, doing the smarter move out there, just going to be waiting out the back, and hopefully the ocean will throw him a bone.
How aware, sort of second by second, are you of the time limit that you're being presented with out there? Because you know that we've got a minute and 20 left of this heat. How aware will he be out there that he is?
Well, with obviously professional athletes, you'd hope they have a watch on their wrist.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if a few don't. But yeah, the reason the whole flag sequence is there and everything is that the athletes, they click on their timer when they're out there to know exactly how long they have and what they have to do. But yeah, looks like okay. Prayers have been answered. Wesley, Brito dropping in, and this is looking like a very nice wave as well.
Looking to improve his score, looking to take the heat win. Wesley, Brito, nice run so far. Nice and smooth. This will be his last wave. Gets himself out of trouble. Throws a 3. Lands it as well. Can that be a 7? That's what he needs to take the heat victory, to move into round 5. Now we wait for the judges to make their call, as Anchor Souza also on a run at the very, very end of this heat 6.
Yeah, so Wesley, I mean, he's going to come down to the wire. That is going to be a close one. We didn't quite see that first section. Anchor here just starting to tweak himself out. That is going to be it for the heat, so we're going to have to wait for scores to be dropped. But anything can change. Wesley Brito on the buzzer, Anchor Sosa, and Axel. Not sure if this one was, and mixing up the freestyle, throwing that head back, maybe a little gander of what we might see further on in the competition, but it does look like Wesley's is not going to be enough, so we are going to wait for the official result. But so far it does look like it is going to be Axel Gerard who will be making it through with the heat win.
Just to look again at Axel's trick there. Just missing the lip of the wave, so isn't able to continue there, and I think that was the disappointment, wasn't it? That he chucked out such a great trick, but then wasn't able to combine that with the rest of the wave. School. School skill rolling through. I would have assumed that Anchor is going to be improving his score. It looked like a nice run from the Fuerteventurian. And it was an improvement from Wesley Brito, but only marginal, 5.83. Gives him a total of 11.90, and Axel Gerard a 12.3. Let's take a quick break, and we'll give you back with the 7th heat, round, the 7th heat of our round 3.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
Round 3, Heat 7. And the first opportunity to meet Jeffrey Spencer, Nathan Van Vuren and Leo Schell. They will be our next 3 riders. It'll be Jeffrey in the blue, Nathan in the white, and Leon in the red. Jeffrey, of course, younger brother of Finn. Older brother of Finn. Got my notes wrong. Canadian from Maui. Finn top 3 in last year's tour. But Jeffrey missing a round or 2, hence why not rated as much. In fact, we only saw Jeffrey in Morocco. He wasn't here last year in Cape Verde or in Brazil. But will be interesting to see how he fares with brother Finn with the best score so far in our round 3 competitions, or across the whole day so far. Nathan Van Vuren in white. The South African spent most of his life so far in Maui, but has moved back to South Africa, to his home beach of Melkbosstrand, to run the foil company Signature with his dad Ivan. And the third of our competitors, Leon Schell in red from the UK. Just 15 years of age, and actually began his competitive life here in Cape Verde, holidaying and getting to know kite surfing and wingfoiling thanks to these Cape Verdean waves. So even though he flies the British flag, he knows exactly what's going on. And already 4 minutes gone in the competition, 3.5 minutes gone in the competition, and that was Leon with a first score on the board, 3.05. We just caught the end of it. There was a few tricks in there, and also from Nathan Van Vuren throwing a few tricks. He's now down in the water, so this replay is going to show exactly what happened at the end, and just gets tripped up by the lip of the wave there, and he's been down in the water for a while, so unfortunately wasting the first couple of minutes of this heat. All 3 we've not seen before. In those early heats, we had seen some of them in the previous rounds, but as we get to the bottom of round 3, they are all seeded riders, and therefore we have not seen them in round 1 and 2. Their first opportunity to get out on the wave today.
And we can also see here, so Jeffrey Spencer, Nathan Van Vuren from South Africa, and powering his way, Leon. Leon, one of the youngster, one of the new generations from F1 as well.
Here he is again. So this is his third wave.
All the way up on the break as well, all the way to the top. Just coming up on 15 minutes. So let's not forget 20-minute heats, 2-minute transitions so far. Round number 3 here, Cape Verde 2025, the GWA WINGFOIL World Cup here, powered by Armstrong, and just enjoying probably about 2 to 3 foot waves. An occasional bigger set come through, but that will be the average, and we're just low tide, so coming up on the push from what we saw yesterday around 3:30. So coming up about now, Ben, we've got best conditions yesterday were from about 4 o'clock to about 6 o'clock, just before dark. So obviously 1 day later, it normally is, 1 hour later as well. And here we can see Nathan there out on the Fly Surfer Tower. And this guy actually designs his own foils, his own boards, everything. So he is about as linked in, and as his product manager would say, that board is sexy as beep. So one of the difference with Nathan compared to the other athlete, he also has a shorter fuselage. Why? Because he likes to be a little bit more aggressive. So being a little shorter, he's able to get a little bit more closer close that arc down on the turns, being able to throw it around. So we're probably, going to be looking at a little snappier, little radical surfing here from the South African. Also, he is out there on the arc front wing, the 515, so quite a small front wing compared to the other athletes, and he is quite a tall athlete, and then on a 160 back wing. So a little bit of a different setup, but hey, if he does it himself, he knows all of his gear, and definitely looking like someone has gone down in the front. Paddling, he is going to get munched. Who is that?
Yeah, so the wings in the soup there, but the athlete is out the back of it, so I'm not quite sure if that's Jeffrey.
I can't quite see.
Surprised if it was.
So here we can see, so this is the white lycra, so that's going to be Nathan. Leon, I think, is out the back because he was on the blue F1 wing. Yep, that is going to be Jeffrey because I can see Leon out the corner of our booth. So Jeffrey has gone down. He had the best heat on the earlier round. So
no, that was Finn.
Ah, that was Finn.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So this is the first time we've seen Jeffrey today.
So now just waiting to see. I mean, early on in the heat, he's got plenty of time to be able to get back out there. So if you are going to fall down, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, right.
But still, obviously, not what he wanted. We can see him paddling along. And we're probably going to be seeing his brother Finn running to get him some more equipment. As it stands, we have Leon 10.33, Nathan 8.77, Jeffrey 85.66.
Yeah, I mean, Leon, 3 big waves to start the day, and already in the 10. So that's a pretty strong score from the young Brit, just 15 years of age. That wing is
gone.
Looking good.
That wing has been completely destroyed. Such a powerful wave, and then of course the reef is quite sharp, which is why we have the quality of the wave we have down here at Punta Preta. And now just waiting to see if Jeffrey can get some more equipment. Looking like it's going to be Leon having a little look-see here, your F1 rider, another one of the youngsters coming out of the UK. Very talented freestyler, and one of the things I'm impressed with a lot of the young freestylers, they have definitely put the work in on the waves also in the off-season, so wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some upsets coming through this competition.
Yeah, Leon, not necessarily from a sailing background like so many of our young competitors who have sort of picked up from their parents. It's more from his holidaying here in Cape Verde and other places around the world that he's picked up the ability to do this. Again, the drone suggesting that he's quite far away from the pocket, but some nice tricks. Now he needs to get back into surf mode again. And there it is.
Yeah, deciding not quite, kind of cut backing, but this is that middle section of the wave where it really does come close to that reef. So a couple good turns, a couple good airs, a little bit further out on the shoulder. That air was a lot better. And riding this one, connecting the 3 sections of the wave, so the judges are really going to be liking that. Nice riding here from Liam, definitely in command of this heat.
Goes down at the end of it, unfortunately. God, there's not a lot left. Oh, they're both down, sorry.
And there's, that is Jeffrey as he's just finishing off. So now Nathan all the way out the back, and this is great wave selection there from him, flying and to the move. South African dropping in, watch out.
Definitely one of the bigger waves that we've seen selected so far in the competition. It's starting to ramp up for our competitors this afternoon. Hasn't been quite as aggressive on the turns perhaps as we've seen from some of the earlier competitors such as Axel, Gerard. But it's a nice long one as well, isn't it?
Yeah, good, nice wet surfing there from Nathan. Keeping it safe. So I reckon he probably will increase on that backup score of his. But just a couple of nice turns, a good air there to start off. Oh, and he's claiming it, saying something to the people here on the crowd. Maybe he's seen somebody that he wants to get those hands in the air and putting on a show for us here, Nathan van Vuuren.
I reckon that score from Leon Schell could be one of the better ones we've seen today. We're just waiting for the last of the judges to make their call. But he is going to improve that 10.33. And there is a very sorry sight for any foiler, for any wingsurfer. It comes in as a 6.8 for Leon. That improves his score up to 12.2. And I think the most impressive thing so far is he's had 4 runs, 3 very good scores and 1 half-decent score, and certainly hasn't been in the drink. So Leon's been very, very consistent as well.
All right, so yeah, there we can just hear over the PA system. It looks like Jeffrey has got another wing, so he's going to be going back out. 10.20 versus a 12.20, 6.8. So one of the better scores we've seen so far. So Leon definitely on the money here in this round number 3. Let's not forget, the idea is to finish off round number 3 of the men, and then we are going to be turning over to the women who will be coming out. There's going to be round number 1, and then we go straight into round number 3. Idea of the day is to try and make it all the way through to the semi-finals of the women here in Cape Verde.
They are going to have the biggest of the waves as well, if it's the same as yesterday.
So it's 3:30 local time. Sunset is around 6:30. So we've got about 3 hours left. So probably around 8 heats at the moment, 22 minutes. So that is the idea, finishing off here this 3rd round. So far, who would you say, Ben, standout moments? Malo Guenolé, obviously Finn at the beginning of the competition with the best heats. But I'm liking Leon and Axel also. The youngsters really starting to throw down.
Yeah, Axel not so much of a surprise, but perhaps Leon more of a surprise considering the kind of performances we've seen over the last couple of years. Back on the wave, another one from the South African.
Beautiful bottom turn, hitting it right in the section. Look at this, driving through the fin. This is what we know Nathan for. Really see him throwing that wing and throwing that board around. And yeah, we can now lining up, going down, creating the speed. Hasn't used his wing to power up at all yet. So pure surfing. Judges are really going to be liking this. And also this wave opening up all the way across the bay. Nice little grab here at the end. Out on the shoulder, so kind of a little finish. But yeah, definitely it looking like that signature 60 leader board. So similar to Malo as well. He's out there on the Ultra X8 410. So a little bit of a longer board, a little bit of a bigger board, but seems to be working for Malo and Nathan. Great surfing.
Meanwhile, is this another one from Leon?
No, that would be Jeffrey, if I'm not mistaken. So it looks like he's back on. Yep, that's going to be Jeffrey. As you can see there with the duotone float. So he is back in the water. So looking to improve and start to get some scores, because as it stands, he has a 3.93 and a 3.83, excuse me, and a 1.83. So looking to start to improve, because he is going to have to be above a 12.20 if he wants to be making it through in first position to round number 5. Liam putting on the groundwork early on.
It's going to be a challenge. It's a very competitive heat as Nathan's last run improves himself up to 11.33. So we've got a 12.2 and 11.33 in the same heat here. And Jeffrey missing half of the heat whilst he was swimming. Has managed to still get 4 waves in, which is only 1 wave less than Leon. 5 minutes still remaining. Wind's feeling a little bit light out there, looking at the beach for the moment. Quite a bit of pumping and effort going in to get onto the foil. But potentially, with 5 minutes remaining, another set to play with. I guess Leon can take a big risk in the last set, because he's at 6.8. It's going to be he'll need to take a big risk to try and improve that score.
Absolutely. I mean, he is way up there with 12 and 13 point averages is the best we've seen today. So he is definitely on game as one of the top athletes of this day number 1 of competition. And can, he can play it a little bit more patience. He knows he's in first. I know his dad's down here on the beach telling him that he's in first, because, we have the live scoring, so the caddies or the people on the beach can tell the athlete, yeah, mate, you're doing good, or no, it's time to get your A game on. And yeah, at the moment, Leon, he's probably going to be, cruising up the top, eyeing out the sets, going to probably, try and keep priority and take off on the best wave when, for example, the likes of Nathan Van Vruwen that we can see here on the Fly Surfer Towel, they have to scavenge a little more or take off on a wave, because they need to improve their scores if they want to continue on. But hey, look at this wave starting to form on the reef. This is looking like it's going to be a very nice wave. All right, decides against it, closing out a little bit. Probably a good move there from Nathan.
But that potentially is a signal for another set that's coming in. And so he heads back.
Leon dropping in
to pick something else up. Oh, beautiful.
So starting off with a frontside 3 there from Leon. Having to use the power of the wing to be over there, and he is right all the way out on the shoulder. So that is definitely not going to be a high score for him, as it was pretty much just a flat 3 on a flat section. And here we can also see Spencer just catching the end of that, what looked like a 3 if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully we'll be able to see that on the replay. But yeah, 3.5 minutes to go. Crucial moments for all of these athletes. Winner goes to round number 5. Loser will have to battle it out in round number 4. And we're just waiting for official confirmation to see if the men are going to be released after this heat. But one thing for sure is we are going to change over to round number 1 of the women coming up next.
Still got one more heat left. Still got heat 8 of round 3. And there, so this is Leon.
Yep, F1 blue out there in the red lycra. So coming up next, we will have number 1 seed in the world, your current world champion, Cash Berzola, is going to be coming out onto the water. Teo De Manis, the young Frenchman, and then Aaron Fryer flying under the Italian flag coming from England. Looking forward to see how that young man is. A lot of chatter, a lot of rumours of a young new talent, and obviously in this sport, like you said, average age of 20, there are a lot of youngsters coming in. 2.5 minutes on the ticker.
Nathan needs to get himself a 6.6 actually, to find himself in first place. It's a tall order. Onto a wave though. And it's just nowhere near as big as what he was surfing earlier, is it?
No, a little bit off the top there, so adding a bit of style, but yeah, exactly like you're saying there, Ben. Nothing to do with the size that we saw before. Having to scavenge, knowing that there's coming up on about just over 90 seconds left, going to take off on anything, because he's only about a point out, so less than a point out. So he would need, let's say, around a 6, and he could have the possibility of overtaking Leon. So is the ocean going to send a little bit of energy in these final 90 seconds? We will soon find out. But looking out of the booth, Ben, doesn't look like there's much motion out there.
No, and Leon's in the water as well. He went for a big trick and didn't manage to land it. So he's was in the water. Potentially now is back up and running again. But with just a minute remaining, looks like we might have had it sorted. Good recovery from Jeffrey Spencer, considering the start of the heat. His wing was in the water and in bits. Managed to get a second wing out and get out 2 decent scores, up to 7.28. But yeah, they haven't rolled in for the last minute of this heat, and it looks as though it's going the Brits' way. Leon Schell, a 12.2. It's an impressive first score for him.
Yeah, and just coming up on the closing moments of this heat as well. And yeah, just starting to make our way down. And hopefully, all right, airing out here for Jeffrey Spencer. Look how close they are to the rocks. I mean, that is almost obstacle course. Beautiful air off the back. But look, I mean, you almost need wheels on that thing, on that foil, to be able to go across that.
As you said earlier, that's the judges see that. The judges know that. That's a risk factor that's taken into consideration, not just the wave, but also the position in which they are trying to surf. And we have now finished that. Jeffrey's going to get a score for that last attempt, but I don't think it's going to top Nathan Van Vuren second, 11.33, and Leon Schell, 12.2. That is a result of Heat 7, Round 3. One more heat for the males, and then we'll turn our attention to the females.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Introducing the 2025 Float. Elevate your sessions with the 2025 Float from Duotone.
And welcome back, everybody, as we have the final men's heat coming out on the water before we switch it up and change over to the ladies. Let's have a little look and see who are going to be the players, as that heat is green light and is already on. So Aaron Fryer coming out of Italy, Teo de Manis representing France, and then the top seed, the big dog, coming out of Maui, Cash Bizzola, our current world champion, the man everybody has come here to see. And let's see how that off-season has gone for him.
Cash running in the red lycra. Teo de Manis from Saint Martin, the French island, in the white. There he is, already catching a wave at the very top of this Heat 8. And then Aaron Fryer, half Italian, half British, has a twin brother who will be participating in the surf foil competition that we'll see later on in the week, where we get rid of the wings, and the two of them will be going head to head. But if it's not a debut, then he's very much a rookie in this competition, and we've already got a decent set.
And there we can see Aaron out on the Roberto Ricci design, the gold wing. So a little bit of Lula, and here we have Cash dropping in, just catching up his wing and going down. So crashing out on his first wave. Teo de Manis, as you mentioned, were there before. A 3.77 starting off the heat. Just starting to get some scores on. Teo, he is also one of the few athletes that does both disciplines. So Teo is going to be competing on the GKA Kite World Tour and then also on the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. Even caught a little smile from one of our judges there. They like that. They like that.
Cash has been sitting on the beach watching what everyone's been doing for the last 3 odd hours. He'll have seen the 12s and the 13s that have come in. Maybe just a little bit of pressure, a bit of nerves, perhaps. I mean, I know that if you're a waterman, then you don't necessarily feel the pressure or the nerves too much, but goes down and in not a nice place as well. He's going to have a bit of time to get out of that and recover.
And here we can see Fryer starting to make his way forward, decide against it. You can see he's out there on the Beluga as well. Probably on the 45 litre, going off the top of my head. And then he'd be out there on the Roberto Ricci Blaze foil. So when it comes to Teo de Manis, who we can see here, representing France out of Saint Martin, he is out there on the V4 Mantis 4.0. I think I caught a glimpse on the corner of his wing. And then also out there on the Fusion. So a little bit of gear. Cash Brizola now starting to drop in, your Armstrong athlete. Cash Waterman, he is one of the Maui boys, and we've seen him throwing down in Piahi, in Jeffreys Bay, and just you give this boy water and a board and he will always perform.
I think he did get a decent run in before he went down earlier on, because he has a score of 6.43 already on the board. So we saw him floundering the water. We didn't see what came before it, and presumably a half-decent run from the Maui-based and born rider. 19 years of age, 8 different riders in the men's category from Maui. And I think that's excluding the likes of Nathan Van Vuren, who spent most of his life in Maui but has now relocated. So a 6.4 on the board for Cash. Got 2 scores on the board already for Aaron, just 2.9 and a 2.1. And then Teo Domenaz with a 3.77. They just obviously caught the end of a set of waves as they started the competition, because we saw action straight away.
Yeah, and there we can see them circling around the back like sharks, waiting for that set to come in. Here we can see Cash getting ready. Already has, like you said there, Ben, has a decent score coming off of the end. Cash sitting a little bit deeper up on the reef and coming devastatingly close. And just look at the movement Cash has here, right in the pocket, slashes it out. You can see he holds onto that wing at the top to be able to push and get that power. Already going for an air nicely across that little section. Now he's going to be coming down to a little bit of the flats. And again, boom, slashing. Big top turn there from Cash Brizola, cut back all the way into the foam ball, making the most of that little wave.
It's got to be another strong score for the American. Hacks his way back, maybe to pick up another wave from the set. I think the other two are on the wave that's gone screen right of us. But the judge is surely going to like that one. As you say, the aggression in the turns, the wave is able to cut all the way back. So this is Teo.
A little bit of an air to start off there. Yeah, he does look like he's on that 4.5 Mantis V4 there from Cabrina. Very tall athlete, Teo. But yeah, just... I'm going to say the wind looks like it's actually dropped a little bit.
Yeah.
I'd say, let me have a look at the wind readings here. It was about 20 to 22 knots before.
Yeah, those flags as well out of our window, just a little bit less.
Yeah, around 18 knots at the moment. So the wind has dropped off ever so slightly, which sometimes it does do that when it comes to the end of the day. Still 3:45, so we are round number 3, the final round of the men's. Then we'll be moving on to the women. So already, let's not forget the winner of this heat will go to round number 5. Second and third will have a last chance out there in round number 4. And here we have the young Italian dropping in, going backside, but a little far out on the shoulder. Now he's starting to get to that power section and just cruising, little check turns, top and bottom. But yeah, like we were saying there before, Ben, a long way along the wave, not in the critical section, so judges are not going to be scoring that high.
12.73 for Cash. Out of 2 waves, no dud scores, 2 big 6+ scores. And here's another run. Again, so close to the rocks on the break. Cuts out of it, but stays on his board. And really, from what we've seen so far through these this round 3, he is in another class, and even having to recover his kite at one point during that top. And look how much he cuts back towards the break, towards the pocket of the wave, and then back out again. It's the aggression that the judges are looking at. A nice float.
It's just the difference with Cash is the commitment. You can see he is going all beans in every single move. Mixes it up, everything from, you know, having those two hands on to be able to power through or going pure surfing style, leaving that wing in the neutral position. Then, if he can get his air game on, we've seen some of the biggest airs from him here in this location. Let's not forget he came second last year. He did not win this event. It was Malo Guenolé who took that win. And then, of course, Cash closing out the year as world champion because he did take the wins in both Dakhla, Morocco, and over in Ibidakera. He got a 5th position. So looking to kind of come back and prove a point. But at the moment, still, it is Jeffrey Spencer and Finn Spencer with some of the best scores of the day. Finn having that, you know, kind of earlier on.
Yeah, Finn, the only one into the 13s across the competition so far.
Yeah, only guy to hit this 7-point average on a wave.
Looking at Teo here, right in the middle of the set by the looks of things. Just pops the fin out of the lip of that wave. And now cuts back. He needed to get at least a second score on the board, which he has done. And whilst that was happening, Cash was on another one. And just back-to-backing those two clips shows the difference between a world champion and one that would desperately like to be. Oh, just a little bit of recovery there from Cash as he lost a little bit of balance. And even when the whole board and the whole foil came out of the water, still able to recover, still able to keep his balance. Surely with that this 3rd round performance, his 1st round so far, he is laying the gauntlet down to everybody else on the beach. Those that have gone before, not expecting to run again today. This should be the end for the men, and then we're going to turn our attention to the women. So everybody on the beach then will be watching what Cash can do and seeing that is going to be a difficult score to beat. Halfway through this final heat of round 3. Still waiting for Teo to get a second judge. And that was a massive score from the judges. An 8.03 for Cash. Biggest score individual wave that we've seen so far, and it gives him a 14.46 two-wave average.
It definitely looks like world champ is on full form, going above the 8s already. This is I just had a confirmation this is going to be the final male heat of the day. Then we're going to be pushing forward with the women as much as possible. But Cash Pizzola proving why he was world champ last year. He has a little chip on his shoulder because he did not get the win of this event last season, as Malo Guenolé sneaked past him. So looking like both of those boys, 2 of the top athletes so far. And are we going to be having another battle? We will find out over tomorrow. It will be the idea, hopefully, to be able to push forward on the men's side. But still, Cash Pizzola, 8-point plus. Nice ride. And already coming here to Cape Verde, first event of the season. And the only wave event of the season in full form.
Yeah, if he wants to repeat that World Championship title that he got across 3 rounds last year, he will need to win this round this year. It doesn't mean it'll be the only event of the year. Promoters hoping to include a second event later on in the year for the Wingfoil Tour, but that will go towards next year. Even I know that we're only in March, but it will go towards next year's competition rather than this. So we definitely will crown a champion at the end of this event. 7 minutes remaining. Teo didn't get himself a score for that second run that we saw. Well, no, he did actually. He got a. He has had 2 waves, but the first one perhaps not counting, and so only showing one officially recognised one as Cash goes again.
Yeah, right in the pocket here, Cash. Nice, keeping himself. Look how he crouches down and keeps his body weight all the way across the top. 2 big turns breaching that foil all the way along. Now he's going to be aiming up with a big tweaked air right into the section. Cash is on fire, the young Maori boy. And now just getting himself around those rocks on the inside and works it all the way along. What are the judges going to be throwing on a score now and even trying that 360 that we've seen from him in previous events? Cash Bezzola, man to beat out there so far.
Yeah, don't forget, we're redefining this sport this weekend because we're including the use of the wing, and that really is coming into full effect from Cash in these runs. A quick look at what Teo was doing at the same time. This is his his third wave, but his second included score, another 4.33 from him. And I think Aaron is out on the water taking some more runs as well. So all three still up and about. Aaron Fryer, Italian, British.
So that's going to be some fish and chips mixed with some pasta there, mate. All right, so waiting for... there are some big numbers coming in for that last wave from Cash.
Oh, it's a 9!
9.0. Ladies and gentlemen, Cash Bezzola, the biggest combination score and the biggest wave score of the day, setting the tone here in Cape Verde.
Judges look thrilled.
They did. I think I saw one move a pinky.
Well, the beach now know what they need to do, right? This is the last heat of round 3. Everybody else is done for the day. They will be watching either the live stream or down on the beach, and they know exactly what they need to do to get themselves that kind of a score moving forward. So here is Teo Jimenez.
Nice set wave here for him. Going back, a little bit of a cutback, having to power up to get back up on that foil. But picking off one of the ones that is actually rolling all the way down.
Not in a completely neutral position either with the wing, and pops over the back of it. It goes down.
And there we can see the crowd starting to come in. Seeing the best of the best, battling it out against themselves and Mother Nature down here in Cape Verde, Punta Preta. Day 1 of the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup, powered by Armstrong. And so far out on the water, it is the powerhouse of the young Maori boy, Cash Bezzola, setting the tone with that last wave of a 9.0, best wave of the competition so far. And that combination score of a 17.03. So as you said before, Ben, the guys know what they have to do now. And it's time to start upping those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, we came into this, the best score being a 14-something, wasn't it? So
yep.
It's a lot bigger. But it's pretty clearly, you can see it on the screen. It's a different level. 3.5 minutes remaining. No one else in above the 10s here. 9.35 from Teo. And Aaron in what I think is his debut competition in this tour. 6.47. So his twin brother, won't be competing in this, but we'll see his twin brother once we get to the surfoil competition.
Yeah, let's not forget our sister tour of the SFT. We had first event over in Düsseldorf in the boot in that indoor, and then also we've been over in Florida, over in the US in Pensacola with a few events. Getting the surfoil out there. And going to be enjoying some action because we will be having 2 jet skis for these athletes to be towing in. And that's most likely going to be happening in the mornings where there's no wind before we go into our winged sports of either the GWA or the GKA.
Two minutes remaining on this heat. I mean, Cash really doesn't need to do any more, right? It's going to be so hard to top those scores. As we go across the weekend, he'll be looking at it as we go into round 5 and the semis and the quarterfinals. He's going to be wondering how he can do better. He's going to go to bed tonight wondering how he can do better because it was such a mammoth second wave for him.
Yeah, and also I think, a very psychological way for him as well, because he has now shown everybody that he is the numero uno.
Yeah.
So he has put that pressure onto every single athlete out there now, because he has set apart a 2.5 to 3 point difference from anybody else on the water. And that is a big difference when it comes to a world championship.
And it is a world championship, so it is not like they've got a second chance in another day. Potentially, by tomorrow, we will crown our champion. So anyone who needs to respond, they need to respond fast.
All right, just coming up on the final 60 seconds of this one. As we move our way through, there we can see your Roberto Ricci athlete. Aaron Fryer making his way out to the back. And he's going to be getting a score coming in, but definitely not going to be changing the result. I'm gonna say it. Cash has wrapped this one up.
I think so. I think that's a very safe bet.
There is some waves coming through. Here you can see Cash all the way out in the back. Tail is in position and looked like he was going to drop in that one, but thinking twice, and is going to be having a final chance to put a score. He's comboed out, so even if he got a 10.0 right, Cash would still take the win. So Cash is going to take the win, but Tail can have this wave to see if he goes in second or third position.
Oosh. Down he goes.
Over rotates that turn, goes over the front of the foil, and you can see him making sure he's going back to that board as fast as possible. And Cash Brazola dropping in victory lap.
Just for the pleasure. He's far, far to the north of this wave. It's going to be a nice long ride in. But the aggression that we saw from that 9 wave, just not the same here. This is definitely having fun, and he goes down.
Going for the 360 air off of the lip. That's why I was saying before, that air game. Cash Brazola, your main man and the athlete to beat on the male side. We will be seeing that tomorrow. But coming up next, we're going to be moving over to the women.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Welcome back, everybody, as we continue on here with day number 1 of the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup in Cabo Verde, powered by Armstrong. It is time for the ladies to come out to play. Round number 1, heat number 1, we are going to be seeing Ma de Arce and Bowen van der Linden coming out onto the water there. We can see Bo is going to be in the red, Ma is going to be in the white, and van der Linden, your Armstrong athlete, and De Arce is going to be out there on the duotone gear. So we are now going to be pushing over with the women, and as far as we can. 4 o'clock, so coming on mid-tide. And as that tide starts to push up, we will be seeing some of the bigger size waves, or at least that's what happened yesterday, but we've already seen some nice sets rolling through. So that will be round number 4 of the men, but currently is going to be round number 1 of the women. Bowen van der Linden and Maar de Arce, that will be coming up next. All right, so there we can see Bowen van der Linden, your Armstrong athlete, making her way back out. Bo has been a world champion of the surf freestyle discipline back in 2021. For me, she is one of the best ambassadors we have in this sport. Always a smile, always a helping hand, great competitor, and just a generally great athlete. Maar de Arce, she has been the big air world champion, going, if memory serves me right, plus 10 meters over there in Gran Canarias a couple of years ago. Originally from Catalonia, Barcelona area, but lives out of my hometown in Tarifa. And this girl can definitely throw down in the waves, so going to be an interesting matchup coming up next.
Each with 2 chances over the next couple of rounds to set their tone before the eliminations begin. Bowen and Maar.
Little bit of a lull in this heat so far, as we have just waiting on those scores to come up. And here we go. So we got a 7.83 versus a 9.17 there from Bowen van der Linden. And here Maar de Arce, so 16 minutes. So this is going to be that 20-minute heat, 2-minute transition. And there is not going to be a round number 2, Ben, of the women. So it will just be this round. Even though nobody is eliminated, it will set the seeding for that round number 3.
Yeah, effectively they all do progress into the next round, but because 4 progress into round 2, and there's nobody to go up against them, they become automatic winners, so they then move into round 3, if that kind of logically makes sense. So whilst in the structure of the competition there is a round 2, all 4 athletes in that round 2 will progress into round 3, so we'll just go directly to round 3 and have no dead rubbers.
And there we can see Maar out there on the float. Bo is on the 4 meter, and X-ray vision, I'm going to go, she's on the 4 as well. Seems to be a going rate, and then the generic on the women's athletes are going to be out there on 525s to 550 front wings, and then boards in between 30 to 40 liters. And we can see Maar out there on the what looked like the Sky Style there by Duotone. So dropping in. Let's see what the young Spaniard has for us.
Nice little pop, double pop. Has to pump out of it to just get that foil out away from the rocks on the beach, and unfortunately goes down, but a couple of waves back is Bowen. Again, having to work that foil just to get the board out of the water whilst they're in this neutral position with the wing, and therefore the wing doesn't generate any kind of power. It's all through the foil and through the wave. Gets the board out the water and just about survives it. I'm not quite sure what the judges will think about the dismount at the very, very end, but she did come off the back of the wave and carry on before going in the water. So the scores now being inputted into the little iPad systems. 9.17 so far for the Dutch lady. 7.8 for the Spaniard, but a slight improvement there on that last wave for Bowen. 4.3 improves her score.
Yeah, Bo, she has definitely been putting the time. I saw her spending quite a lot of time in Maui and also over there in New Zealand together with the Armstrong crew. She did some clinics over in Fiji together. Armstrong put together a nice women's clinic where a load of the top female athletes got together just to, enjoy the sights, have some great sessions, share some great stories, and really her surfing game and getting into a lot of downwinding, which is one of the big things coming up in the wing foiling and foiling world, where you kind of start off all the way up on the point and then the wind pushing you along and just riding and cruising along the swells. So yeah, definitely her surfing game has gone up, and at the moment in the lead. Let's not forget that in this event we also have Muna White, who has been the champion for the last few years, winning both disciplines, both kiting and wing foiling. So going to be interesting to see as she is going to be coming up very shortly. And then of course Wonder Kid Nia Suarez, who has just turned 18 as well, the young Spaniard who is the freestyle world champion.
But we do not have Elena Moreno.
Elena Moreno, the current world champion, is not here, which that is really unfortunate, because Elena, where she kind of debuted and kind of put it to the world, was this event last year. It was big, it was chunky, it was gnarly, and she was throwing down right in the critical zone of the wave, and there was no fear. And the judges were really rewarding that, because she was one of the few athletes really committing. Then got a few, some very nice rides, taking the win here. She took the win in Brazil and is the overall world champion. But unfortunately for this event, she has not been able to make it. So doors open for the other athletes.
I enjoyed her feedback, though, regarding the new rule set with using the wing as to the advantage and being able to do tricks. Because she was sort of saying, well, that's not my bag. That's not my skill set. The young up-and-comers are much better at doing tricks. I don't do that. I can do big wave, but I can't do tricks. And almost sort of opening the door to the new generation and saying, hey, look, this is your world championship to take.
Yeah, it is definitely their time, and we've seen it in the men and we're seeing it in the women. The different disciplines, athletes coming from different backgrounds, surfing backgrounds, windsurfing backgrounds, wakeboarding, snowboarding, skiing, coming underneath one roof. And of course they're going to bring essences from all of the different sports, mix it together. And that's one of the beauties of wing foiling, because it is kind of a merge in between kiting, foiling and windsurfing all in one. And it's really, since last season, is starting to pave its own path. We got a smile from the judges.
Somebody's just, I don't know, made a joke.
They've thrown a joke. It's the first. I saw teeth. I did see teeth. So there we can see our judges team. Left-hand side, José Luengo. Then we have Rui Maida from Portugal, Noé Cantaloupe, the foil Nazaré rider from France. And then we can see Alvaro Nieve, your head judge for the GWA WINGFOIL World Tour, and Julian Kernier there on the end. All right, dropping in Mar de Arce. Let's see what she's got.
She came from really, really far back. Spotted this wave early on. A little bit of an air straight away. Gets the foil popping out of the lip of the wave. Not too much surfing going on, though, and the wave kind of seems to have disappeared on her. Well, she's a bit too far ahead, really, on the shoulder. So we now turn our attention further back to Bowen. And again, a little bit more flowy.
Yeah. A little bit of a pop over the air off there, but Bo getting a few, nicer carvier turns. Very similar, the two athletes. Mar having, let's say, a bit of a bigger move, but Bo still flowing a little bit more surf style, so she is still going to have that upper hand. But Mar, she's picking up on some nice ones. But again, you can see she is breaching that fall, which is what we have seen there from Cash, but she's forcing it the same way that we're seeing here with this air. It is all the way right out on the shoulder instead of trying to, flow into a turn, into an air to then force it. What we're seeing with Bo is a little bit more of that flow, like you're saying, which is what is going to get you the love from the judges, especially on these non-set waves, which is what both of these athletes are kind of taking off of as they're so close to the rocks. Bo is now, let's say she's got her base score. She's like, okay, I got a couple of scores on the board, kind of washed off the cobwebs. I'm good. I'm there. I have a decent score. Now it's time to start progressing.
Looks like an improvement coming in for Bowen on that last one, 5.5. So she's got a 5 and a 5.5, pushes her total over 10. No, that isn't the army. That is some tourist trip, quadding tourist trip that has just arrived, all in their sand overalls.
Either that was the firing squad,
Well,
mate. I'm not sure.
That's what I thought it was initially. I was like, what are they doing here? All taking photos. No improvement, though, on that last one from Mar. We saw a couple of attempts at those smaller waves, didn't we? But didn't amount to much. 8.3 is her total. We join Bowen just a little ahead of the wave at the moment. He's to fall back onto it. And in fact, cuts straight out.
So Mar getting a 4.10 on that second to last wave, a 3.0 on that last one. Bo, again, keeping up that consistency. We're just going to see around the 5s, maybe even a 6 coming up. So Bo just slightly ahead. And I reckon, as we were mentioning before, just that, that smoothness, the connecting, the maneuvers is what's given her a slight advantage so far, but very close for both of these athletes. And we can see people coming down to watch the world's best. We are now on the women's side of the GWA WINGFOIL World Cup here, Cape Verde, powered by Armstrong. And we have visitors from the army.
I don't know if it is, though.
No, it's they do tourist quads.
Yeah, right.
Around the zone, and I mean, if you're on a quad and you can go fast down here in the desert, you're going to come and check out the wingfoiling as well. Punta Preta known for it, and so good to see how much Cape Verde has increased tourist-wise over the past 5 years. It's insane and so cool to see, because a lot of the islands with COVID, the tourism completely stopped, and it's great to see that it getting back into its natural flow. And yeah, Bowen van der Linden at the moment, 10.50 in the lead, as she is there with the Armstrong on the inside, and out the back, Mar de Arce, just coming up on about 6.5 minutes to go here. Round number 1, heat number 1 of the women. Idea is to get to semi-finals, our race director has just been saying. So that would be round number 1 and number 3. So about 8 heats to go, 20 minutes per heat, 160 minutes. So we're looking at about 3 hours of competition. So that lands us about 6:30 when that beautiful golden sunset happens down here in Punta Preta.
It's going to be one of the top 5 places in the world to go kite surfing, at least top 5 in Europe for sure.
Absolutely, and for wingfoiling, it's even better. You can see just as there's a couple of ways, obviously Old Cape Beach, and then up on the north coast, there's Monteleon and Coral Jewel and Alibaba, are 3 very famous waves that, Cape Verde, if there's one thing it does have, and that's surf.
So 3.47 was given to Bowen for her last wave. To be fair, though, that's kind of probably a reflection of the wave more than what they were able to do with it, because Mar de Las with the same kind of score for the same wave.
And definitely a lull on the swell out there at the moment. Let's have a look at the forecast. Today it was cooling about 0.8 to 1.1 meter. Tomorrow is looking like the swell is increasing ever so slightly. And then the day after that, so the day after tomorrow, is when we're really going to start to see some of the waves rolling in. Beautiful shot there of the duotone float.
Yeah, if you want one thing on your broadcast coverage, it's a drone. Wins every time.
Absolutely. Eye in the sky. The eye in the sky showing us the goods here. And so important, because as they are so far out, to be able to see exactly what they're doing, and that bird's eye perspective, you can't really beat it. And there we can see crowds on the beach here. One of the beauties of Punta Preta is they are surfing and you're about 5 meters away sitting to be able to watch the action. So as a spectator sport, this is like a coliseum for wingfoiling.
Yeah, even if the tide is low or high, the break is so close to the beach still. Reminder, the tide going out now, probably mid, not quite mid, are we? Mid-tide is high at around 2 o'clock. And there's a nice wave forming here for Mardas, who early starts to play with it. And now picking up the speed. Kite in the foil in the neutral position. Sorry, wing in the neutral position. And each time we go on this drone shot, it's spectacular, but it kind of tells the story that they are far away from the real power zone, which is catching up slowly with Mar. And before it gets particularly tricky with the break so close to the beach, she bails out. Bowen on the wave behind.
Oh, airs past that section off the back. But yeah, you could see that drone. They were quite far out on the shoulder for both of those athletes. So probably not going to be any potential increase. We did miss that first moment of Bo. So let's have a little look at our judges. And they are on wave count number 5. So let's not forget 12 waves. Top 2 waves account. And as we mentioned before, Ben, that wind is dropping. You can see it starting to get glassy over here, which normally can mean 2 things. The wind has shifted a little bit, and I think it might have, because that makes the inside completely glassy and windless, and hopefully they'll be able to get back out. But there's a beautiful image here. And Made Ase, again, a little far out on the shoulder, going for the air, but off of the back. She really is trying to go for that aerial maneuver when she starts to then go into the surfing. Bo kind of concentrating a little bit more on the surfing and getting that upper hand.
Leaving that wave. Both setting up for the next one, but I think the wind's died, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Dropped both of them into the water. That's such a shame when the set starts to roll in with just 1 minute and 40 seconds. This was the opportunity, but the wind is not there to get them out of the water. And I think that set's now gone. What a frustration. Here's a patch on the right-hand side that's completely flat.
Yeah, you can see how it is starting to board off, which, yeah, and you can see out the back. So the wind has definitely shifted. Having a little look here, the flag, so it has gone further offshore. So hopefully that will be swinging back. It's just coming up on 4:30 in the afternoon. Yesterday, this was the time when it was starting to really pump down here in Punta Preta. At the moment, coming on 1 minute to go. Bo having a little look-see. Is she going to be going on this? Yes, she is. All right, so, oh, that's looking like a nice swell coming in. So, Bowen van der Linden, hailing in from Holland, your Armstrong athlete. Nice first turn. Quite close to the pocket, keeping it safe. This is where the wave starts to jack up. Smooth, cruising operator. Breaches that foil and, phalanxing her way out and going off of the back of that one. We missed that first turn. And this is a bigger wave, Ben.
Going for it at the end. 22 seconds remaining. But just a bit too far away from the wave. Just a bit too in front of it. And has to use the power of the wing to get herself out of trouble. Now she can surf it, but it's almost too late. Just positioning not quite right there.
Yeah, like you said, you just a little bit too far out in front. Was lucky to get past that section. So Made Ase, it is going to be Bowen van der Linden is going to take first place in this heat. Second position is going to be Made Ase.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
round 1, heat 2 of the women, and just a dual matchup between the young Tarifa-based Spaniard Nina Suarez and Anita Amaro.
Anita Amaro, one of the local girls. She's interesting to see because on the start list she was listed as Cape Verdean, but I think there's going to be a mistake there because I can see her with the Brazilian flag, and Amaro, if I've heard it, is definitely Brazilian. So yeah, there you have Anita Amaro and Nia Suarez. Right? At least we know they speak Portuguese, so that in between the two. So Anita Amaro, Nia Suarez, your current freestyle world champion, is coming up next as both of them are out here on the water. Cape Verde, day number 1, GWA WINGFOIL World Cup, powered by Armstrong.
Anita was writing herself off even before she got to the briefing this morning, having seen the match-up with Nina. Said, oh, well, that's me finished. And she was thankfully reminded by the rest of the girls how the format worked, that she'd get at least 2 rounds. So she is expecting to lose to Nia. But let's see how this works out.
And there we can see Suarez in the pink helmet, red lycra. The duotone athlete on the right-hand side. Then on the left-hand side, when we come into our screen, is going to be Amaro, as she is out there on the gong. So both of these athletes yet to land a wave, 20-minute heat. Let's not forget that heat number 2, round number 1 of the women. We have 4 heats here in this round number 1, and then we go straight into round number 3, which in theory, by time, will probably be the final round of the women here today.
So Anita, the nomination from the organisation in the women's category. Say Cape Verdean on her passport, entered into the registration, but Brazilian flag flying. So many, in fact, of our athletes with dual nationalities or shared parentage. We've already spoken about the Italian, British. We've got a Colombian, Danish. Still waiting for the girls to get some scores on the board. No waves really to speak of right now, although perhaps gone with a slightly larger wing for the way, seeing how the previous heat went with the wind dying off slightly. And they are just kind of waiting, aren't they? Waiting for something to offer itself to them. Nia with dual nationality as well, Spanish-German, based out of Tarifa, and a multiple world champion already at the age of 18 years old. As Joe said, a bit of a wonder kid, and one of our younger competitors in the women's category. We'll have a few of those also do the surf foil category as well later on in the 10-day window that we have here in Cape Verde. But definitely just hanging out right now, waiting for something to roll in. And yeah, the water looks less, it definitely looks like it's sort of slightly more choppy than it was earlier on. It's not maybe necessarily as the wind has died off, but more the direction has changed to interact with those waves. Wing in the neutral position. Here we go then. First of the waves from Nina Suarez. Bails out of it pretty quickly. She'll get judged on that, even if it was short, even if she decided not to do much with it. The judges will give a score, a nice safe score. And now we have Anita on a bigger wave by the looks of things. But again, she gets out of it early. 2 hands back on the wing, gets pumping to get herself out of the danger zone and bring her back out into open water. Wait for the next one to roll in. Quick look from the drone as to just how small and narrow this Sal Island is.
Yeah, especially down here on the southwest coast. It's pretty much the tip of the island, and we can see those mountains all the way in the back. The famous Monte Leon, the mountain of the lion, because it does look like a crouching lion when you're getting closer. Also one of the very beautiful waves that we have down here. And here we can see Punta Preta and Santa Maria just behind it there. The beautiful little fishing town that we have here on the island of Sal. Look at those colors.
Yeah, beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Shows how little is on the island, though, from the drone shot. The town of Santa Maria appearing on the right-hand side there. Not a lot between the two as to where our hotel is on the left. Plenty of development opportunities.
Yes, but let's keep it a paradise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's keep it a paradise, and the paradise it is. And I mean, just look at that. Crystal blue waters, beautiful waves, great wind, and the world's best throwing down here for the first event of the season so far. Nia Swadias, your current #1 seed.
Interesting, a couple of scores are now popped up on the board there. We haven't actually seen them ride any decent wave, but there's already a 6 and a 4.7 up there for Nia.
Yeah, let's not forget Nia last year here. She was 3rd position because it was Muna White who took the Elena Moreno who took the win, and Muna White who took 2nd position. And the year before, Muna took the win. So Nia, wanting to get further up on the rankings, she took the win of the last event of the season over there in Brazil. And she, when it comes to freestyle, she pretty much won everything there was.
Here we go.
This is looking like a very nice set wave. All right, Nia Swadia dropping in, going backside, staying close to the foam ball. Now Nia, okay, deciding against it. We didn't quite get an overall view of that, but it did look like a nicer, bigger wave. Are we going to be seeing Anita Amado dropping in on the one behind?
Yes, she is.
Yes, she is. All right, so Amado dropping in and deciding against it as well. So a potential set left alone by both of these athletes.
And there was 3 or 4 decent waves in there. Nia's picked up another one out back. She's riding along in with it. Declared that is her wave. Not much to do with it right now. It's just starting to build. Having to pump to keep up with it, though. Having to work the foil in the water. Now she starts to play.
Here we can see throwing where the head goes, the shoulders follow. Throwing herself very far out on the shoulder. Nia is playing it safe. I've seen this girl time after time, and she is playing it safe. She knows she already has 2 good scores, so she's going to, try and maximize. And here, Amado looking a little bit unstable and quite far out on the shoulder, so not going to be getting the scores if she wants to have an opportunity of taking Swadias out. Just a little bit above halfway through this heat so far. 2nd heat of round #1 of the women. First day of competition down here in Punta Preta, and the right-hander has been delivering. About 2 to 3, maybe the occasional 4-foot swells coming in. Wind averaging around 20 knots. Athletes on anything from a 3.5 to a 4.5 seems to be the sizes. And then when it comes to equipment, a little bit of everything. We've seen smaller foils for some of the lighter athletes around the 400s and 500s. The bigger guys out there on 600s. And yeah, now wind has shifted ever so slightly. So gone a little bit more north. There's a few bold patches here on the inside.
It's obviously, it's blowing well on the beach right now, but it's clearly struggling out on the water. Being caught off guard a couple of times in Heat 1 and again now in Heat 2. Nina just sitting on the board and trying to work out exactly what the wind was doing before she gets back up and going again. Anita Amaro being awarded a 3 on that last run, so she has improved her score up to a 5.65. But Suarez on a 10.67, so that's comparable to what we saw from Bowen earlier on in Heat 1. But you've got to say that Heat 1 felt more creative than this.
Yeah, there was a little bit more flow in it, but like you're saying, scores similar. Obviously, we compare it to the men. It's, we saw averages around 13, apart from Cash, who was 3 points ahead of that with a 17.10, if my memory serves me well. So, it looks like on the women's side, that 10.0 generic score is kind of where the top athletes are so far. Obviously, waiting for Muna White when it comes to wave riding, especially at this break. She was second last year, won it the year before. And obviously, Elena Moreno, the world champion, not being here. Her and Nia are the people to look out. So, at the moment, Nia getting a 6 and getting a 4.5. So, medium to average scores, but still waiting for those diamonds in the rough to come through.
We also have Annie Reichardt entered by the organisation, by GWA, as an invitation. And will be interesting to see what she does. Primarily a surfer in the World Surf League and known for not having a wing in her hand. But not a huge amount of use of the wing being done right now. So could be a good score from her if she can find herself a decent wave to surf.
Yeah, I'm very looking forward to seeing her out on the wave. We saw her warming up this morning, and the girl can throw down some turns, but obviously with the professional surfing background she has, really looking forward to see how she does in this event. Beautiful waves we're having, and hopefully we'll be seeing even more of that tomorrow. Just had the call in from the race director. The idea is to make it to the semi-finals of the women today, and then that is going to be it for the day. So about just coming up on 2 hours to an hour and a half more of competition, and already seeing some great riding here from our athletes.
Nia taking a look at the at that wave. Ran pretty close into the beach, but decided against it, heading back out to join Anita out back. 7.5 minutes remaining. They've had a couple of waves. They've each had 4 waves each. But it was that first score from Nia, which I think happened whilst we were on break, which has really made the difference.
Yeah, it's kind of set the tone, that 6 point. And now waiting to see, because there is a big lull in the set so far. 7.5 minutes left of this heat. And it's almost been about 5 minutes since we saw the last wave rolling in. So,
well, the last set they both bailed out of, didn't they?
Yeah, it was very curious to see. Obviously, different perspective. They are in the mix when we are looking at it from the sidelines. But it did seem like it was a good wave there for Nia and for Anita, but bailing out. Maybe they saw something out the back. I will say I reckon Nia is playing it a little bit safer. She knows she already has those scores. But, yeah, very surprised to see them dropping out of those waves. And, let's not forget 2023, Nia Suarez was second overall here in Cape Verde and second on the general ranking. Muna White was world champion in 2023 and taking the win here and also in Dakla.
Nia just kind of circling around, wanting to see exactly when to pick up a wave. Is there something here developing? It's difficult to see, but maybe she feels something developing here. It's not going to be a massive wave, but she's still a fair way out, and now cuts back. It didn't really come to anything. Another big gust of wind greets us on the beach. Wind hasn't been a problem so far in this heat. It's more been the wave frequency that we just haven't seen.
All right, well, while we're waiting for some of the action to come our way, let's have a little look-see at what happened down there at registration yesterday here for the first event of the season.
Can't wait for action now. Ponte Preta is kind of pumping. I think I'm gonna go for a second session.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm super happy, like everybody's here. That's the big event of the year, so yeah, pretty cool.
Today we've had massive waves, and hopefully for the event we'll be good conditions.
And welcome back, everybody. Just in time, it does look like we have a set rolling in. So Anita Amaro is going to be dropping in on a swell. She is quite downwind. She needs to be a little bit further up if she wants to be able to get in that sweet spot and getting caught up with her wing and going off the back. Nia Suarez having a little look-see, but I can see her looking behind, so I don't reckon she's going to be dropping in on that one. Your current heat leader, but there hasn't been a lot of action in the last third of this heat. 4 minutes to go.
In theory, that's the start of a set. We haven't had one for a long time. But both ladies finding themselves in the wrong position for the wave and not really being able to maximize them. Nia's circled back. She's picked up another one. She's a bit further upwind on that wave. That should put her in a better position. She's having to ride backside to it here. As I say, hasn't been a problem for her in previous years. But again, decides against it. There's another one coming in. Is she going to curl round on it? No. And no sign of Anita in our drone shot.
A really big lull in this heat so far. It's pretty much been, I'm going to say, what, 7 to 8 minutes where we haven't had a set.
Yeah.
And just coming up on 3 minutes. There does look, I can see some lines coming in there. So hopefully that means it will be forming. The wind on the inside does definitely look lighter. Forecast was saying it would go from about 20 plus to around 17 to 18. But there, looking at the eye in the sky, we can see some lines coming towards us. And dropping in there is going to be Nia Suarez. Let's see if this one will form on the reef. And it does look like she is. All right, so Nia Suarez dropping in. Let's see what she can have here. Going for the free, smooth as it can be. Now it's time to get that surf on. All right, Suarez all the way along. Great position here from the young Spaniard. Back to the power zone. Cut back. Check turn there from her. Opening up those shoulders. Powering all the way through the foil. And this is going to be a very nice wave for Suarez. And here she's going to be going off of the back, switching that ring around. Nice wave there from Nia.
And nice to start with a trick as well, before the surf. That would have gone down very well with the judges. Was on a 10.67. Going to see an improvement on that. And we did pass, as she was on that wave, we did pass Anita. There she is, back up and running again, but obviously got ourselves a bit caught up at some point. And now with only 1 minute and 40, I think she may have missed the opportunity to improve on her score, because that set was pretty minimal and it's rolled through. What do the judges think of that final one? A 6 and a 4.67, the two scores counting so far for Nia Suarez, but surely that will be better. 6.17 it is. It means a 12.17 total, but perhaps not quite as large as you'd expect.
Yeah, we could see that. I mean, again, judges have a different perspective. They're a bit higher. They can see the wave a little bit more front on. So maybe Nia was a little bit further downwind. But yeah, keeping that average up. 12 points we saw on the men. The 13s to 12 is kind of where it was at. So, you know, projecting herself as one of the top athletes. Next up, we will be seeing Muna. But one thing I will say for sure is it looks like the swell is either dropping or lying out, which is unusual because, you know, at the state of the tide, this is kind of where we were expecting it to have a bit of a push. But you know what they say? Mother Nature is always boss.
It's been a good pick for Anita Amaro here, but she is too far downwind to really be in the right position. She's going to try and surf it. Oh, just the opportunity to surf it, and she bails out. But it was a good wave pick, and Nia's gone for another one, but positioning was, again, wrong. She will go again. She's not being eliminated. No, none of these women are eliminated in this round. They all progress to round 3, and that's when the eliminations happen.
Yeah, we will be going from heat number 1, 2 and 3. Then there's going to be a 15-minute break, and then it will be 9, 11 and 12. So there is going to be a break before the semi-finals of the women. So as it stands, so while we're waiting for the action to come back on the water, let's have a short commercial break.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Introducing the 2025 float. Elevate your sessions with the 2025 float from Duotone.
Welcome back, everybody coming out on the water. Francesca Miani is going to be going up against Muna White. Francesca, one of the few athletes that combines both the kiting world tour and the wingfoiling world tour. So coming out of the UK, Muna White coming out of the Hawaiian Islands. She has been a past champion here. She has been a world champion and definitely one of the athletes to watch out for when it comes to the wave discipline.
Entered into all 3 categories as well across the next 10 days. Muna White, wasn't sure whether she'd be here. Fantastic to have her here. And this potentially is one of the more competitive of our heats, with Francesca Miani, so famous, of course, for being the first woman to be part of the Red Bull King of the Air category, mainly from Weymouth, but has part Italian roots as well. And of course, won't just spend your time wakeboarding and kite surfing in Weymouth. You're going to choose warmer waters when you can.
Yeah, Francesca, one of the top big air athletes, and definitely there is no fear to extreme conditions. And on your screen right now, that is Muna, who's going to be dropping in for her first wave of the season, first wave of the event. And let's see how she starts off. Cruising herself around, going back, cutting back into the power zone. This is what marks the difference. She's making sure that she's there when that wave is starting to jack up. And judges are really liking that. You can see closer to the lip and just surfing it all the way along. Having a little look-see of the rocks there and going, okay, I'm going to get off of that. Nice starter there for Muna. Smooth.
Absolutely. Displaying exactly what the judges are hoping for. Francesca just having to power out of this. Not quite as arcing turns as we saw from Muna. Much straighter in her direction of travel. We never saw the face of Francesca from that shot. It was always side on. And that will mark the difference on the 2 scores. Francesca already with a score up on the board. Got a quick wave in at the very, very top of the 20 minutes. But we will certainly see 2 scores roll in there from effectively the same wave set, and there will be a marked difference.
And you can see that wind is on the inside. Athletes really have to be careful because when they come close to the shore, the wind is really patchy. It's gone a little bit more offshore, and athletes we can see there, Muna, trying to see a number. Is that looking like a 5, if I'm not mistaken? What do you reckon, Ben? No, there you go. That is going to be a 4. So Muna White, your F1 rider, as she's just cruising her way back out until she can get a gust to get back up on that board. Francesca Maiani already up and going. And here we can see Muna pumping her way away. So far, 8.40 for Francesca and a 5.33.
Yes, that's interesting.
For Muna. Very similar.
When we caught the end of Francesca's run, we didn't see the top of it. But in terms of the comparison between the two, they've given a little bit more points to Francesca over Muna. Even though when we were looking at it, Muna was certainly with more arcing turns. Just struggling a little bit to get back up onto the board. Maybe, well, certainly no rush from what we saw in the previous heat. And now she's up and running.
And here we can see the new swing there from F1. The wave-specific wing, available in all sizes from 2.0 all the way up to 5.5. And I believe Muna is out on a 4.0 as we stand. She had a 3.5 and a 4.0 set up. So the wave-specific, because what are we looking for here? We are looking for waves. So a lot of the wave gear coming out onto the beach with all of the top athletes. But Francesca in the driving seat so far. 5.50, 2.90, so backup score which will be improved. But as we saw in the heat before, sets are very far and few between.
Yeah, and Francesca managed to sneak that early one in. Yes, it's not a particularly good score, but at least it puts a score on the board right now. Muna with a single wave only, so she's picked up something. She's heading back towards the beach. Not much I can see in our picture right now. But it might develop into something. It's not going to be a big one, is it?
It ain't going to be a set wave, but obviously position is very important for these athletes, and staying, they kind of triangulate and line up. This wave, as it's such a reef, such a big bottom, it really does break in the same spot every single time. So you kind of line up. Each athlete will have, a couple markers on the shore or visual markers that they use to make sure they know they are in position. But yeah, at the moment, it is that lady with the blue north, Francesca Maiani, who is your current heat leader, and going to be interesting to see. Plenty of time. Let's not forget 12 waves. Top 2 waves are the ones that count. Have a little look-see. If she goes with that wing, she is. All right, so Francesca dropping in. Again, similar to Muna, a little bit more crouch style. Straightening off a little bit here. The difference with Muna, we can see she goes a little bit further back, and Francesca trying to kind of move away. Even though we can't see it there, they are very close to the shore. The smaller the waves, the more on the rocks they are. That's why we see a lot of the athletes waiting for those set waves. But yeah, you can see a little bit of the difference in the surfing of Muna, that even with only 1 or 2 turns, she's pretty much got the same score as Francesca, who has had 4 or 5 turns. So just, knowing what the judges are looking for.
But Francesca getting a 3rd wave on the board, waiting to pick up that score. It's a 3.7 on that one, but it is therefore an improvement on her score totally, up to 9.07. And is that a wave for Muna? It's not big, but it's something. And she's being shadowed by Francesca behind her.
All right, so Muna engaging, dropping. You can see just a little bit more speed. And it's these turns. When she does that first turn and kind of goes further back, that is what the judges are looking at as speed. But I reckon Francesca here has had a little bit better wave selection because she's taken the second one. And this is looking like a nice open face wave. What has she got for us? Already a couple of nice little check turns. Oh, this is where it starts to get very, very close to those rocks. She will not want to go down here if she does, but still scavenging as there are no sets. Just putting numbers on the board.
But as you said, the fact that she was surfing the wave so close to those rocks won't go unnoticed by the judges.
Correct.
And that's 4 waves in the book for her. Muna with just 2, and that second one not particularly substantial. So in this challenge, and okay, we are in heat 1, and both of them will be round 1, and we're both going through into round 3. But you've got to say, Francesca seems to have the measure of Muna with half of the heat gone. And again, the position is more attacking. The body language is more attacking from Francesca.
Yeah, it looks a little bit more aggressive there. Muna might be a little bit flowier, but Francesca is going and putting all in so far. Here she's looking for that air. So you can see her crouching, getting ready to pop. And trying to get past that section. Wow! Dodges a bullet on that end section there. And Muna's just being patient. She has a look on the wave and goes, nope, that's not going to give it. That's not a potential scorer. I'll go back, comes back again. Yes, that is a potential scorer, drops in, showing the knowledge for the ocean. But it is a risky game because if sets don't come through, Muna at the moment is in a position where Francesca has the upper hand because she has 2 medium to decent scores already.
Yeah, and race direction, getting excited out on the beachside commentary, revving up the crowd for what Francesca was able to do. Now she just needs to get herself back on the board and get back out there. Scores haven't yet come in for that run. But Muna did get a score for her wave, just a 2 for her. So she's now at least got a 2-wave average on the board, but it's nowhere near what Francesca has managed. Just waiting to see what the judges thought. Did she go down during the wave, or was she up until the wave had finished and then kind of died in the water post-wave? Now she's working the foil through the water hard to get herself back up and running. And it was a 4.77, so it's become her backup score and improved her score further to a 10.27.
Yeah, got a little bit more on the edge of that, just about 0.6 of a point. Let's have a little look at that last wave. You see her there on the new Nova. And here is waiting for that to come in. Again, body language, you can see, I mean, Francesca, she means business. That is a nice turn all the way along. A little bit of a wobble there on the end, but this wave, really nice and open face and kind of just rolling down. But that, the difference of that first one and then here, this little bit of an air section. Let's see what the judges have thought of that. That was the wave we saw before that she came off. So we're missing one more wave, which hopefully will appear shortly. And let's have a look at that last one from Muna White as well, as we just under 10 minutes in this heat.
Muna looks like she's still searching for a wave. She's got a tiny score for the one we just saw her bail out of, 0.6, so no changes. And it is very, very difficult to select the correct wave, isn't it?
And here's that last wave there for Muna. Again, that was the one before the last one that we missed. So it looks like just giving us a general overview of the last waves and attempts that some of these athletes have gone on.
So Muna's moved ahead now with a wave that we haven't seen. A 5.6 has put her fractionally ahead of Francesca.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at about 0.6 of a point difference. So we knew this was going to be a battle in between these two athletes. 8 minutes left, and here we're going to be seeing the replay of that last wave here from Muna. So again, body language a little bit more aggressive on this one. This is what marks the difference of those points. That first section going right next to where that wave is really starting to power up, keeping the speed, entry and exit, and then look at this past this section, right in the sweet spot, all the way along there for Muna. Calm, cool and collected. Good wave there from the Hawaiian.
As you say, wave selection.
Yes.
That's a part of a proper wave set, whereas what we've seen from Francesca is just waves. And making the most of them, but that was a proper set, which we haven't seen for a long time, and certainly I don't think we'll see another set like that in this particular heat with 7.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, they are definitely far and few between once every blue moon so far. So let's have a little look-see as we can see some waves starting to form out the back. And here, a replay of yet another wave here from Muna. And again, it's that power turn back. But I mean, Francesca equaling out on a lot of these moves. And Muna just having a little look-see. So let's go back out to the back as both athletes are in position waiting for that energy to come their way.
So that was a 4.03, that particular wave. You can see the difference between the 5.6 that we just replayed before that. I think Francesca was just struggling with getting back out into the right position. There she still is, and she's still not getting the board out the water. And and that's costing her because she's missed that big set, and she's missing waves now as we come to the latter half. Really good in the early stages, but just struggling to get herself back into a comfortable position.
Yeah, we can see Muna just circling around the back, making sure she keeps up on that full as that wind is light, doesn't want to drop down.
Oh, it looks so chill.
It is. The beauty of foiling is how silent it is. You're just slicing through the water. And there we have Francesca up on quite a small wing of 4.2. Wind has dropped. I've seen, some of the guys were even starting to pump up 5 meters. Muna there on a 4.0. So both of these athletes on quite small wings, but I mean, considering if the guys are out on 4.5s, they've upped their games as well. So yeah, definitely winds readings of 17 to 18 knots in there at the moment. And here you can see on your screen Muna White as she is getting ready to fly towards the judges and dropping on yet another wave. Great perspective there from the drone as we can see Muna going to that power section, going to where that wave starts on the reef. Nice top turn there at number 1. Oh, good decision there as that was closing out right in front of her. That would have meant she would have been going over the rocks if she had continued.
That's the difference between the women and the men. We're seeing a measured approaches from the women. They understand what the wave's going to do and they make sure they get out of it. Some of the kids in the men's section this morning would just carry on at that point and just be smashed into the rocks.
Yeah, I mean, Muna knows what's on the line. She knows she's a hairline of a fraction in front of Francesca. So if she gets munched on the inside, unless it's on the set wave, she's not going to take that risk because it would mean that her heat would be over and leaves the door open for Francesca. So right now, both of these athletes are just going to be looking and waiting patiently. And then probably around the 2 minutes, if there are no waves coming, is where Francesca's going to have to scatter to see if she can get something. We saw it before. I mean, those first 2 waves of hers, they weren't set waves, and she got a 5.5 and a 4.77. Muna has taken off on the set waves, while she's got a little better. But I mean, anybody's game so far.
Francesca heading in towards the beach, but now cuts back, heads back out to sea, waiting to get herself in the right position. We're looking at a point on the land where she can head towards, and that would then give her a guide as to where she wants to be on the wave when it starts to develop and when she can start surfing it. But at the moment, nothing out there for her. Such a close heat, the closest that we've seen so far. Heat 3 of round 1. 1 more to come, and then we're going to take a short break before we get into the semi-finals. Oh, and actually, that's a good point. We're not going to see Heat 4 because Elena Moreno's not here. So there is a Heat 4, but it will be a bye.
Yeah, so we are going to go straight into round number 3, heat number 9. But after this heat, which has 3 minutes left, there's going to be a 15-minute break until we do so, because obviously the next person that will be coming in the water will be able to have a breather. So
yeah, so do one of these girls go straight in?
3 minutes until we have that 15-minute break.
2 minutes 40 still. The Not much developing out there for them. So the winner of this
All right, Muna here on a great set wave. This is the best wave of the heat so far. All the way top to bottom. Nice overhead here for her. And cruises, look at the power coming all the way down the line. And this wave forming all the way along. She's just going to be coming across our commentary booth now as well. So from top to bottom, we can see Francesca in the back as well. So both of these athletes are maybe going to be able to increase on their score. Let's see how that match up. But 90 seconds to go.
Francesca having a quick look at her replay. Nice big wave, probably the first proper set wave that she's surfed in this heat. High out the water on the foil. Decent amount of carving turns, possibly not quite as direct as we see from Muna. Nice and long, nice and flowing. Interesting to see what the judges think of this.
Yeah, let's have a look at the
and a little pop. Oh, she did bail out the end.
Let's have a look at the general scores coming up. Muna going to be around the 7-point average on that last wave. Well deserved, as she was right in the pocket. But Francesca also going to be around that. So we're waiting for those numbers to drop. But both of these athletes have upped their performance. 20 seconds to go. Muna having a little look-see as she knows it's going to be close. Maybe she's going to be dropping in. It does look like she is. 7.13 there for Muna. 7.70. So only 0.5 of a point in between it. And Muna is dropping in on yet another set wave. This is going to count because she was on the wave before the end of the buzzer. Look at those colors. Punta Preta firing here on day number 1. All right, so that is going to be official. It is going to be Muna White to take the win here of that heat, meaning that coming up next, we are going to be having a short break and coming back with the semi-final of the women here for the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup Cape Verde, powered by Armstrong.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at Capital.com.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on with our women out in the water. It's going to be Bowen van der Linden going up against Francesca Maiani.
Just seen Francesca out in the previous round and previous heat. So she hasn't had a lot of break before getting back out on the water. Bowen was in the first of the heats, so she's had plenty of time to see what was going on and suss out the competition. I have a feeling, though, Francesca's changed her wing from the previous heat, because we did see them struggling a little bit with the wind and the power that they were being able to generate. And Francesca missing a couple of set waves because she was floundering around trying to get herself back up and running again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're coming up just on 5:30 in the afternoon. Francesca was on a 4.2 Nova before. I reckon she's gone up to that 4.5. So, you know, getting a bigger wing and maybe even a little bit bigger of a front wing, as I did see her running to change one of her foils. But hopefully we'll be able to get a close-up of that. So, yeah, that is, as you mentioned, that is a different wing. I'm going to say she's gone on a bigger size. Francesca here. Now this is where competition starts to get interesting, because let's not forget, whoever wins the heats will be going through to the semi-finals, as this is the third round of competition. And a nice wave here from Francesca, and we can see Bo taking one at the back as well.
Nice and long. Not too much in terms of tricks going on here. Doesn't get caught up in any of the foam, but she's run that really long and nice and stable from Francesca. Elimination time, you've got to put it all on the line, and that's a great way to start. And Bowen, who is just behind her, will have seen exactly what Francesca managed there.
Yeah, Bowen looks like she's come off the wave a little bit earlier. Looks like she, fortunately, not a big set, because if she had fallen down there with a set coming in, she would be caught on the rocks. So here we can see that wave from Bo starting a little bit further up the reef. Pretty much equal size, the way from Bo and from Francesca. And Bo here, this is where she gets a little bit caught up and jumped out. So good move to be able to kind of, nice bail there from our Dutch athlete. But I'm going to say Francesca is definitely going to have the upper hand so far.
Points in, 4.4 for Francesca, 3.7 for Bowen. Not massive difference, considering.
And a 6.0 on that last wave there for Francesca Maiani. That is a big score. Throwing down the hammer on early in this heat.
It's the fluidity that Francesca definitely being awarded on that last one. Just went on forever, didn't it? And she's picked up another nice wave here.
Yeah, you can see just really, you know, you mentioned it before, Ben, the body language. You can really see, you know, that weight is forward. She's engaged. She's pushing in. She's not holding back a single millisecond. Turns like that, going back, kind of similar to what we've been seeing from Muna. Nice wave selection once again here from Miami. The ocean is throwing us energy, because Bo is on the one. Even a little bit of a smile and a smirk there as well. Francesca all the way down the line.
I don't know where this sea was 20 minutes ago, because she spent a lot of time hanging around waiting for something like this. And two sets coming in quick succession, and Francesca making the most of it. It's going to be another brilliant score for the British-Italian rider. And again, looks like Bowen started but came out early.
Yeah, here we're going to be seeing the replay of that one from Bo. So once again, both of these athletes grabbing one wave of the set, and then the other athlete, the one behind. So Bo, again, starting a little bit further up, playing it a little safer, a little bit of an ollie here in the middle of the face. So mixing it up, adding some freestyle. Let's not forget she was the 2021 Freestyle World Champion. And Bo here going all the way down the line. A couple of pops, but definitely the wave from Francesca. More surfing, more fluidity, connecting those maneuvers and kind of dotting the I's and crossing the T's of what the judges want to see.
But no tricks in comparison to Bo, with a few little things there. Let's see what the judges decide on points-wise. Quick succession, though, those came in.
Yeah, here we can see there's going to be about 0.5 to 0.6 difference of the points. Francesca having the upper hand out of that last encounter in between the two athletes. Bo getting a little extra on the trick side, but obviously not having as good of connection through the wave. 5.90 versus a 5.30, so 0.6 difference in between those two.
And they go again.
Bo dropping in. Oh, airing to the moon, but just going off the back of the wave. Obviously, as this wave is offshore wind, you really need to hit it in the pocket so the wave throws you forward if you want to be landing back on the face. But Bo definitely showing what she wants to get. But at the moment, it is this young athlete, the Italian UK rider, Francesca Maiani, who is in first place so far. And there were plenty of waves in this heat.
Yeah, right. It feels like a different day. There she goes again. Oh, goes down, gets caught on the toe side.
Yeah,
Luckily.
Unfortunately getting caught up there, but still 13 minutes. Your round number 3 of the women's competition here for the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here in Cape Verde, powered by Armstrong. Coming up next, we will be seeing Muna White is going to be going up against Marley Arce, and then Annie Rachel versus Anita Amaro. Heat number 2 will not be ridden, as it would be in between Nia Suarez and Elena Moreno. Nia Suarez getting an easy route into the semi-finals of this competition.
But the experience of this wave and understanding how it works, surely important too. Missing out on runs could be a detriment.
Oh, look at the speed here from Bo. This is one of the better set waves. Keeping it together. Nice and fluid. All right, gets the air now. She's going to want to get back to that power zone if the judges are going to give her some love. And Bo all the way down the line. And going for a frontside 3 off of the back. Giving a little bit of show for our crowd. So a nice wave there from Bowen van der Linden. And Francesca, can't see her out there on the horizon. So waiting, she's a little bit further down. But great wave there from Bo.
Is that Francesca up in the danger zone up there? She may have come down. She's in the soup there.
Oh yeah, there she is, just popping out.
But
Nicely
where is
seen.
her kite? Yeah, she's without wing.
Yeah, so she has released that wing and paddling along. I mean, she's out of danger, but getting a wing to her is going to be interesting. I mean, you know, early days, so it's still 12 minutes ago. She does have time to be able to get back, hopefully get back and make her way out. Is she going to try and surf one of these waves all the way down? That'll be a way of coming out of the water with style.
So better score then for Bowen, a 5.5, add to a 5.3 that she got earlier. Now 10.8 is her score. Still not quite enough to beat Francesca. Remember, we are eliminating. But at the moment, there is no sign of the wing. Is it on the beach?
It looks like it's on the beach, and it does look like it's deflated. I mean, when these wings go down, that is sharp volcanic lava rock, and it takes no prisoners.
Yeah, there it is.
So it does look like that one is deflated, if I'm not mistaken. So I reckon Francesca is, yep, that has been munched. So Francesca is going to have to come back to the shore and hopefully be able to have some more kit, because you can see the bladder popping out of that one. So yeah, Cape Verde having the upper hand of the battle in between the wing there.
She did have that smaller wing that we saw her on in the previous heat.
Exactly.
So hopefully didn't deflate that.
The consequences, if you push the limit, sometimes the limit's pushed back. But, you know, at the moment it is paying off for her because she is in the lead. But now Bo has the ocean to herself and is going to be dropping in on yet another set wave. Here we have her, Bowen van der Linden.
Just a little bit downwind of where she perhaps wants to be on the flatter part of the wave. Gets herself set up to get out of there.
Ooh, just getting powered off there as that wind caught her off guard. But look at that A-frame of what is Punta Preta. All right, Francesca, she's almost Actually paddled away across the line, so she is definitely going to have time to be able to get back out. So we're going to be seeing more action from her. That's one hell of a paddle.
That is one hell of a paddle.
Bo and Francesca, very good friends as well. So there's going to be a few giggles, a few laughs as they come by. There you go. There's the smile. I can see the smirk. Bo's probably saying, aren't you missing something here, Francesca? Where's your wing? Where's your wing?
Oh, Bo can head back out and get herself a few more waves. Still waiting on the judges on that last one, but I guess we can expect it not to improve her score.
Yeah, I think that was a smaller ride. Yep, 3.10. So that's not going to improve. So Bo 5.50, 5.30. Francesca, I mean 6 and a 5.9. So 2 of the best scores. Let's just go here so far. So Francesca right now is totaling out at 11.90. We saw Muna with a 12.73, Francesca with a 12.20. So right up there with the top scores we've been seeing. Muna in the driving seat with a 12.73. Francesca's gone into the beach to be able to get some more. Wind is definitely dropping. You can see Bo is a light wind specialist. We went and did some production over there in Denmark in the middle of the ocean. There was 4 knots and this girl was getting up. We were towing her in with a boat and she was getting up on the foil. So if it's light out there, Bo is always a very good reference. But it does seem like that wind has shifted a bit. And when it shifts, that inside section really does completely board out. And we can see that she is out there on a 4.0 at the moment.
A small wing then.
Yes.
For what we've for the wings we've seen from others. Well, yeah, it's not doing the desired effect. Just about moving.
Is that a 0 or is that a 6? I'm just double checking here with Bo. So I had a chat with her earlier this morning.
There we go.
Let's have a little look-see, because if I'm not mistaken, that looks like the 4.6. So the XSP 4.6. That's going to be a 4.6. Bo is out there, so she's up to a game. And look, you can see the face of Francesca there, panting away. That is one howl of a paddle. I take my hat off to her. All the way from the inside section instead of going across the rocks, and now making herself to the shore. I'm probably going to go, yeah, just give me a minute. Give me the wing, but give me a minute.
She's got 6.5 minutes to get back out there.
Still winning.
But she is still leading, yeah. Bo has still got some work to do.
All right, so Bo, this one's starting to jack up on the score right next to the rocks. This is where she's really starting to push it. Bo knows she has to go that extra mile if she wants to improve on those scores. Wrapping this one all the way around. Nice air. Can she keep it together? Yes, she does. And that is about as close to the pocket as you can get. Right in front of the judges. Maybe even a little smirk at the end. Controlling it. But at the end of there, losing. Let's see what the judges saw of that score. I don't reckon it's going to be enough though, mate.
She needs just over a point, so she needs to have a 6.4.
Yeah, she needs it. Yeah, exactly.
That's a big score.
That's a big score. 6.4. That would be one of the biggest score on the women's side that we've seen. Obviously, quite straight line. It isn't going to be in that vicinity. So, Bo and van der Linden right now hunting, searching for a wing, and here we can see, all right, yep.
5.4.
So a big wing coming out, and you can see her just going, come on, give me a little bit of wind, please, as conditions are quite there, and we can see her out there on the Nova.
She's still smiling.
She's just laughing. This is what I love about Francesca. The smile says it all. You can see her out there, your North kiteboarding athlete out there on the swell, surf-orientated board there from North, and going out on the 5.4, so going with all guns blazing. Of course, that little shore break with those light conditions, you don't want to be caught up on the inside because that could take you over the falls. And Bo also But that's a face of determination if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, absolutely. 4.5 minutes remaining. A little bit of frustration from how the waves are coming into the beach, I think. Just waiting for the right moment to launch. But with at least with a slightly larger wing, she can get herself up and out. She won't have to pump too much and work too hard. But at the same time, Bo is really struggling to get herself back out into where she needs to be. And you can see how the wind on the water is pretty flat around that area. There is wind out there, though. You just need to get out there and not be in the water whilst you're doing so.
And there we can see Francesca. That's the Nova Pro from North. And it is the new wing being introduced by them. Lighter materials, and we can see it out on the 5.4.
Right. Bo back on the foil, heading back out to where she needs to be to catch those big set waves. Bit too far to our right as we're looking at it. She needs to be further to the left to pick up the best break.
Yeah, as those waves are small, we saw Cash doing that, actually. And obviously Cash being Bo's teammates have probably had a chat that sometimes when it's small, you can get a couple of hits, let's say on the left, not on the left-hander, but breaking a little bit further up, and then it kind of closes out in front. And at the moment, you know, Bo is going to have to scatter. She's going to have to scavenge. Francesca, big wing. You know, this is the one that has the carbon in the leading edge that makes it a little stiffer, and you can see there with the new end weave material that North have with all those crossings and those biaxes in the center of the canopy. So this wing is made to be as efficient as possible, but even so, probably about 1/2 meter bigger wing than Bo. That inside section is lethal. It's very hard, so Francesca might actually have to float her way out to be able to get up, and the clock is ticking.
2 minutes and 20 seconds. Bo van der Linden heading into shore. She needs to find herself a big wave. Needs just over a point to get herself through into the next round, into the semi-finals. At the moment, it's in the hands of Francesca Maini, who lost her wing after about 10 minutes, but had 2 really good waves on wave 1 and 2 of this particular heat and holds on to the lead spot with another strong score. It was a strong score in the last of her heats, but she lost out in the end.
But not by a lot. I mean, only she, you know, Muna took her out by 0.53 of a point, and it was on the final wave. They were battling head and head all the way along. Right now, Francesca has the upper hand. Bo, really, a big set hasn't come through. Francesca's, you know, went all in from the very beginning, and here you can see she's paddled out a little bit more. I mean, after all that effort, come on, wind.
Just
give this girl an opportunity to go out and get another wave, because, I mean, determination 101. I give her an A for determination. Bo now having a little look-see up on the point. She knows what's on the line. It has to be a set wave. I mean, to be able to get a 6+, it's got to be a set wave, and she's got to be able to perform on it. Francesca here just on the inside. I mean, a 5.4. It ain't because she's got it hasn't got the right equipment out. Bo, all right, dropping in. This is it. Coming down to the wire. This is an opportunity. All right, going back, cut back. Nicely done from the beginning. It's quite close to the rocks. Going back, looking over her shoulder here. Bo all the way along. This is where she's going to need to create speed if she wants to get past those rocks. The wave not opening up for her. Not going to be enough, Ben. Not going to be enough.
21 seconds remaining. It's been an incredible effort from Francesca Maini to get herself back out there. She hasn't been able to get herself up on the foils, but it doesn't matter because there isn't the waves for Bo van der Linden, and it looks as though Francesca will be going through. Bo heads herself towards the beach. She's picked up a wave. Surely the wave isn't going to be anything of any substance. The timer goes down to 0. Bo is on a wave, but she needs over 6.4. And she's going to have to do something extraordinary with this to get herself through to the semi-finals. powers her way past our drone, pops out of the water in front of the beach. Just look how close you are to the beach when you're surfing. That will count as a score because she did start the wave before the timer went to 0.
And we're just waiting to see on the score of that, but 3.93 for that last wave there from Bowen van der Linden. So it is going to be official. Francesca Miami is going to be making her way into the semi-finals. And coming up next, we're going to be moving through to heat number 3 of round number 3 of the women.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Round 3, Heat 3. We skip Heat 2 because that would have been a match-up between Nia Suarez and Elena Moreno, who is not here. So we move forward to the third of our 4 heats, and once again, an elimination heat. Well done to Francesca Miami, the first qualifier through to the semi-final.
She would be meeting up with Nia Suarez there in that semi-final, so that is going to be her first banger. And now Made Arce up against Muna White. We can see that golden light is starting to come over Cape Verde as we are just coming up on 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Sunset is at 6:30. We have 2 more heats, and then it is going to be calling it a day. That will be heat number 2, which is not going to be happening today, as we are going to be in heat number 3.
Just waiting for those athletes to get themselves out in the water. I haven't heard the red flag call. Although
no, but we are definitely, I'm going to say we are going to be going into sequence very shortly. So Muna White, Made Arce Muna out there on the orange F1. And then Made Arce is going to be on the black duotone. And you can see Muna just cruising and perusing around, waiting for her heat to begin.
A very upright style. She'll be in blue in comparison to Made Arce, who will be in white. Muna winning her heat over Francesca, as we said a little bit earlier on, by not a lot. But probably comes into this as the favourite of the 2. We had frenetic start, didn't we, to that first heat with plenty of sets coming through, and then a bit of a lull. And for the moment, haven't got the timing, the clock started yet, but there isn't waves being missed at least. In that 10-minute break that we had between round 1 and round 3, there was loads of sets that came in.
Yeah, the start of that heat really did come in with full fire and then kind of lulled off. We've had a little bit of everything in the heats. There's been heats where Sunday has been
retorno do seu investimento é de 3
the next heat that has pretty much been flat throughout the whole time. But yeah, there we can see both the athletes are in position. Made Arce here in the front with the black and yellow duotone out there on the float, and also the, from what I can see, the sky style. And then out the back, we can see Muna White is on the new F1 swing, the wave-specific wing. 2 more heats for this day. Number 1, GWA WINGFOIL World Cup. Cape Verde, Punta Preta. And what a paradise it is. As soon as that drone gets up in the air, you can see the crystal blue waters of this peeling right-hander.
You want to be in heat 3, though. That will be where the light's going to be absolutely bang for the drone and for any photographers out there.
Yeah, so even though that timer has not started, this heat is on, so it looks like we got a little bit of a technical glitch. So hopefully that will be resolved very shortly. And by the shaking of that camera, I think something is definitely happening.
This could develop into a nice wave for Mardeas. The one ahead was pretty good. And she's in a nice upwind position here. And off she goes. Not quite in that neutral. Now she goes into the neutral's position and starts to surf.
And here we can see just the difference of those shots. Drone all the way along, all the way down. And obstacle course. Underwater obstacle course when they get that close. Okay, Muna taking off on the one behind them. And as we can see, that timer's still not up, so hopefully we'll be able to resolve that very shortly. We do apologize. Stopwatch says we were about 2.5 minutes into the 20-minute heat. And it does look like a little bit of energy there on the top left-hand corner of your screen. So Muna going towards that.
Yeah, she's got her eyes on that one. Actually lets that particular one pass. Is there another in the set that she can pick up a little bit earlier on to find herself in a better position? Now she turns towards the beach. And here we go. Hard to her left. Toe side to heel side. Nice big arcing turns. Just keeping a watch out for where the beach is. Comes out of it pretty early, so the wave doesn't open up to allow her to do much more than that without being in too much danger. And Mardeas a little bit too far up the shoulder to make a real difference and heads back out.
And there we can see scores refreshed. So we are 14.5 minutes to go here. The second to last heat of the evening. Waiting, it does look like there has been a technical glitch, but as I can see on the overall of the scores, both Ma and Muna are very similar. Around the 4 points for those first waves. And there we can see our two athletes coming up. Those two ladies that are out there on the water. And dropping in right now, your Spaniard Mardeas here, powering. Ma's really going for this move, but quite far out on the shoulder. And here is going to be moving her way along. Nice wave here. Straight lining it a bit, but keeping that speed. And then at the very end is where we've been seeing some of those aerial maneuvers.
This is
good
much better wave, eh?
Yeah, all the way down the reef as well, Ben. So as that tide is starting to get that sweet spot, these sections are connecting all the way across the bay.
And she's connected this run as well. There are times where she perhaps was a little bit straight, but there's been others where she's been really able to carve through that, and that should be an improvement for Mardeas. She sits second position right now. She's on 7.73 versus the 8.5 that Muna White has. Now, did Muna pick up a wave as well? Because just look at how the angle's changed, hasn't it, on those waves?
Yeah. You can see that swell's maybe shifted a little bit more than the swell. The thing that I can see has shifted is definitely the wind. Because if you look at the flags outside of our booth now, it's a lot more straight, meaning the wind has gone a bit more offshore. And the athletes are struggling here on the inside like we saw there with Francesca Miami in that previous heat. Just coming up on about 12 minutes to go, so almost halfway through this heat. As it stands, it is Mardeas there who is in the lead, 3.93, 4.97, and now we can see updating there, Muna White overtaking 8.5, so looks like there was a little bit of a technical glitch. We do apologize for that, but scores coming in and updating as we speak. It is still going to be Muna White in the lead by 0.07 of a point. Oh, and some classical tunes coming off on the beach there as our DJ starting to set the vibes. He's seen the sunset and knows it needs a session.
.5 plays 8.43. I think Ma's got another of those waves in her. If the wave allows it, she looked pretty comfortable in doing what she was able to do with it. So now it's down to whether the wave is there to be able to string such a long run together, and whether she can pick that particular one.
Yeah, exactly. The wave selection, we've seen it all day long. It makes such a difference. And now also going right in front of the sun, so little difficult for our cameras to be picking these athletes up. But yeah, it's just enjoying the beautiful conditions we had. First day of the event, full action-packed day. Round number 3 of the men, round number 3 of the women. So we will be starting off tomorrow also with our wing foil, as this is a one stop of the tour, meaning that the winner of the wing foiling event will be crowned world champion.
Could be tomorrow.
For this season. Could be tomorrow. Tomorrow could be the day.
Halfway through this heat 3 then. A little bit of lull in proceedings. Very, very close heat once again, as we saw from heat 1 of round 3. And it matters because we're losing half of our women by the end of this particular round. Day 1 of 10-day window, and you're already eliminated. Although many of these will actually be participating, or not so many women actually, in the surf foil competition that's coming up. Take away the wing and do it without. I think we've got 3 women entered into that competition, but a lot of the men doing both disciplines. Here's a wave that's starting to develop for Mardarth. Way, gives a little bit of air, but there's not much surfing going on. Now she really needs to activate that element.
Yeah, just that. I mean, that first air is almost non-significant. What they're looking for is to be able to perform those airs on the sections of the waves like we're seeing there, and that judges really are going to be critical when they come to judging that. So Mardarth, like you say, getting that surfing going, and out the corner of my eye, I think I saw Muna eyeing up a set out the back. Nope, or she was out the back, but definitely no movement there. So coming on 9 minutes, a little less than half of this heat to go. Second to last heat of the evening. And we will be closing it out with that third heat, which will be coming up next, where we are going to see out there on the water is going to be our 2 athletes. It's going to be Annie's going to be coming into the water for the first time,
yeah, right,
versus Anita Amaro.
Been a long old wait for Annie Rijkaard today in the briefing this morning at 10:30, and gets her first race at gone 6 o'clock.
Yeah, Annie with a huge surfing background, one of the athletes coming all the way from the islands over here for this event. It's going to be the first time we see her appear on tour. Really looking forward to see what he saw warming up, and the girl has some very powerful turns. It's one of the beauties I find of these wave events, that there's a lot of underdogs or athletes that don't do the full tour that come to these events because they are surf specialists, and it doesn't matter what round you are in, there can be a potential finalist in any single one of them. Here we can see our judging crew: Mallory, Rui, Noe, Paulino and Julian, together with Alvaro Neva, our head judge, and then Juan Antonio Aragon, our race director. Muna, she's been patient. One hit wonder and goes off the back so far. 4.53 versus a 3.93. So small scores for Muna. Time is ticking, and this heat is looking like not as many set waves as we've seen before. Hopefully that will be increasing. Still plenty of time. And it ain't over to the buzzer, and even if the athletes drop into the wave on the buzzer, that wave will still count.
There is a window of opportunity if there's a decent wave in there. Scores down in the 4s. Certainly we know that Muna can get herself on the right wave up a 6, as we saw in the previous round.
Yeah, she got a 12.73 in that round number 1.
Did she get a 7?
Where her best scores were 7.13 and a 5.60. So more than capable. And then let's have a little look. Mardarth in that last encounter she had out there on the water. Malo also got a 8.43 in that previous heat. So a little bit on the lower side. But at the moment, already equaling her top score to the decimal. So 8.43 was the heat she did previously, and 8.43 that she has their score of the heat on the screen so far. So consistent, definitely there for the Spaniard. But waiting, I mean, both of these athletes more than capable will get sixes, and hopefully waiting if we can have a set, because we always like to finish a heat off with a battle down to the wire.
There's a few waves coming in front of shot. Neither athlete choosing to be part of it, although here comes Malo on a wave. Doesn't seem to really be developing. No, she's come out of that one. Where's Muna? Just at the top of shot, heading out. So neither athlete happy with what they're seeing on the water right now. 5 minutes remaining. It's a low-scoring round, but it's not a reflection really of the riders themselves. It's more to do with the waves that they're being supplied, making the best out of nothing. There's a bit more wind out there as well. Slightly darker seas. Neither particularly interested in finding a wave as yet. Oh, there isn't anything presenting itself. Muna White then heads back towards the beach. Not because there's anything to present itself, but just so that it's not too far offshore.
And you can see as that sun's starting to go down, it does get a little nippy. Starts to get a little chilly. The hoodies are coming out. Cuddles are happening on the beach.
Sunset cuddles.
Sunset cuddles. Doesn't get any better. Corona, sunset cuddles. And we leave the rest up for imagination. 4 minutes to go with this heat. But still now Muna overtaking Ma by 0.07 of a point. So here, both of these athletes on those last encounters have got a 3.10 and a 3.07. As you've been saying, mate, it's low scores. We're waiting for a set to come in because both of these athletes more than capable. The ocean is taking its time because we can see Muna in the middle of the screen there in the orange floating. And there is nada coming on the horizon.
I mean, looking from the beach, there are waves breaking on beachside, but they're just appearing at the very last minute. They're not particularly useful for these riders to do anything with. Again, maybe something ahead of them starting to form. So is that the beginnings of a set? 3 minutes remaining. Both will be wanting a decent wave to improve their scores. Say a low-scoring round. Mark carries on. Does she think there's something developing here? She's quite far downwind. No. Turns back around again. Would have been Muna's wave had they decided to go. Oh, now she turns back. Right, okay.
I mean, there's only 0.07 a point in between this, so Ma now knows, let's just go on anything. 2.5 minutes to go. She has the watch on her wrist, and she is literally just going to fire in on anything. So Ma deciding to take the risk and go on a little inside roller. Breaches the fall off of that top turn. Going to be going for that again. Second turn around. Now, this is where the obstacle course happens. Little bit of a pop. I mean, look how close she is to the reef. Anything out the back for Muna? Doesn't look so. Ocean really has gone on pause. I mean, look at
absolutely.
that. There were pancakes this morning that had more ripples than that, mate.
Suspect. They were.
They were suspect. Absolutely. All right.
Doesn't bode particularly well for Annie Rijkaard as well, because she would want the big swell.
She would. Yeah, she's known for her big waves. And let's see, I mean, she is going to be going up against Anita Amaro, the Brazilian Cape Verdean. And let's see, that will be the final heat of the day, and then it will be it for day number 1 here. GWA Wingfoiling World Cup, Cape Verde Punta Preta, the 2025 season, and our wave discipline. This is going to be the only event of the season, meaning we will be crowning world champions here. Tomorrow could be that day, as we are already, as soon as we finish off this round, will be semi-final of the women and round number 4 of the men. So potentially timing-wise would be possible. Mar de Arce flying in, and this does look like she has a little bit of a swell. 60 seconds on the clock.
Got to make this one count. Got to improve on the 4.23 that she's managed so far. She's in a good position with the wave.
Nice air.
Taking some risks here as well. Close to the pocket. Not too much carving turns, but a little bit of air as well. The wave has died out a little bit for her. Pops out of the wave again. It's not spectacular, is it?
The air was nice, but the rest has been a straight line down the reef. Did look like Muna was on the one behind. Yes, she was. So we'll be getting a replay of that last wave.
No, she hasn't.
She's been able to get past that. She is pumping like no tomorrow. Muna all the way along from the top as well. Couple of nicer turns here. We missed the first section of her wave. We would grab that on the replay. But last encounter, throwing in between these two athletes. Let's see who is going to have the upper hand and make their way into the semi-finals. And here's that wave for Muna. Better set wave, a little bit further out. Muna, a couple of check turns, and this is where that wave starts to go up. Oh, nicely, all the way back, keeping that flow, keeping that speed to get through this section. As they are close to the rocks, they really need to make sure. Look at the bubbles on the water because of the water breaching across the reef. 2 good turns here for Muna. Wow. And then powering her way through, hitting the nitrox and able to get past those sections. I do reckon that is going to be a better score from Muna White. But it is, yes, it is going to be a better score from Muna White. So waiting for official results to come in, and there they are. It is going to be Muna White making her way in to the semi-finals.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are back for the final heat of the evening. It's going to be Annie Rajat and Anita Amaro coming up next. Debut appearance here for the American, for both of them.
Yeah.
And obviously Annie, as she didn't have to go in that previous round, this is going to be the first time on the water for her.
Anita Amaro, the Cape Verdean entrant from the local organizer here, already has been out in round 1 and defeated by Nia. And there are the two ladies. Anita Reichardt will be in the blue, and Anita Amaro, Annie Reichardt and Anita Amaro being in the white this time. 20 minutes with difficult conditions. Not the big waves that the Maui National will want to be playing with, but 2 early waves for them to get scores on the board.
There we can see that first encounter. Armstrong athlete on the inside is going to be Annie Reichardt, and then out the back, Anita Amaro. Annie getting a few more carving turns. And Malo here is going off the back. And let's not forget, already waiting for tomorrow's semi-finalist, Francesca Maiani will be going up against Nia Suarez. And then Muna White will be going up against the winner of this heat. On the men's side, we are through to round number 4, where we're going to be starting off with Marley Franco and local boy Noah Angulo. Round number 4, so elimination round from now on the men. Whoever loses has a one-way ticket home. So important moments for all of the athletes out here. Just 18 minutes left of action of this first day of competition here in Cape Verde. Look at that golden view.
Looks so sweet from the drone. We have calming conditions this evening here on Punta Preta.
Cue the classical music, mate.
We've already seen a couple of waves roll in that we were waiting for 10 minutes on the previous heat. It's almost like they've seen Annie arrive and said, right, okay, we'll provide you a few challenges. And this is Annie in the blue lycra, picking a wave. So Maui chill.
Yeah, you can see smooth style. Cruising her way along, smooth operator out here in the house. 2.5 for her first wave. And just making her way, getting a feel for Punta Preta. She actually came in on the plane with us a couple of days ago and was out on the water for the first time today. Earlier in the morning, so we're getting a couple of very nice turns and hacks. Big surfing background. Another member of the Maui crew. And so far, her second wave waiting for scores to come up. She is currently in the lead of this final heat of the day here in Cape Verde, Cabo Verde. You can see her out there on the XPS 4.6, so bigger size wings. I think the biggest wing we saw was that 5.4, the Nova Pro there from Francesca. And here, Muna is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, that's Muna. Yes, of course, that's Muna, making her way out of the water. Why, Anita Amano out there on the green and blue wing further out to the break. So athletes coming off of the water. We can enjoy sunset glow here in Punta Preta. And deadly, dangerously close to that cooling down cold time one, mate.
Still going to get a few sets in. 15 minutes remaining of this heat. We've got 2 runs in for Annie, so she's got points on the board. Anita yet to score a second wave. Although actually, my live timing suggests she got a 1 on a wave, which would then validate her score, but we'll be looking for more than that.
There we can see Aja making her way out to the back. Anita here on the front. Looking like a little bit of a ripple starting to form. Let's see when this one hits the reef.
Again, we saw her quite far ahead of the waves in her previous round. And looks as though she is here, but it breaks quickly.
Ooh,
now she needs
to
start. Now she needs to properly start surfing. Oh, almost the board stalls there.
Yeah, you can see her just now. She's going to be going around the break, making sure she is out of position. And here we go. Off we go out to the back. So 14 minutes on the clock. Not much motion in the ocean. And waiting, we can see Raja all the way out there. Seeing if some waves will be coming her way. And here the crowds who have been chilling down here at Punta Preta waiting for the best of the best in the world to battle them out against themselves and Mother Nature. 3rd round of the women right now. We made it through 3 rounds of the men. And we will be deciding who are going to be our women semi-finalists as it will be Nia Suardias, Muna White, Francesca Maiani, and the winner of this heat.
Muna versus one of these two. Annie is on a wave. Quite far down it already, but that just keeps her away from the danger zone of those rocks. And if the wave allows it, and it has slightly shifted in direction, it's giving her a decent run. Nothing spectacular, but at least she was able to run in towards the judging tower.
Yeah, just kind of going down the line there. Couple little check turns. Anita Mana now dropping in. You can see the wind looks like it's increased again. And this is a better set wave here for Malo. Let's see what she can do with it. As that speed is increasing, you can really see her pushing down to make sure that that foil doesn't come out.
That's a great wave. She needs to make the best of this one.
And going off the top again, so kind of straight, similar for both of these athletes. And Axel has a little bit of an upper hand. He's going to be coming in the mid-twos, so going to improve probably on her score ever so slightly, so 5.87. 12 minutes to go. Both of the athletes now going to be going back in to the break, and there we can see Annie just dropping in, having a little look-see. Yep, she is going to be engaging. All right, next wave.
Once again, a bit further to Looker's right than we saw Anita dropping into. Hasn't yet fully engaged with the wave, a little bit straight just to try and get away from the pocket and where it's breaking. She's done it, but there's not been a huge amount of movement other than scampering away from the wave, really.
Yeah, again, just kind of cruising along with it, but still keeping herself busy, getting numbers on the board. She is currently in the lead, but only winning by 0.91 of a point. 11 minutes to go here on the clock. And yeah, as that tide is kind of getting past that sweet spot, waves are definitely taking a turn. The swell was supposed to increase ever so slightly for tomorrow, and then the next day looking even better. So ideal would be to continue on with Wingfoil tomorrow and be crowning our world champions, and then we'll be moving on to our sister tour of the GWA Kite World Tour with the kite surfing discipline. All of the 24 male athletes and 16 female athletes joining us here to see who will be crowned world champions of the wingfoiling. And then on the kiting, still we will also be having Dakla, Morocco, and Brazil still yet to be confirmed. So first event of the season for the kiting side. Wind definitely light here on the inside. Amado back in position.
Once again, the main break to her left-hand side, but it's kind of a safer area for her to be in where she is now. This seems to be her strategy for this particular heat, to stay away from the, even if we're pretty much high tide or getting close to high tide, still presents a real danger to be close to those rocks and the reef. Gets the kite, gets the wing into neutral position, and that completely stopped her in her tracks. Didn't really have the momentum from the wave to start surfing it, or wasn't creating the momentum. So it's going to be a pretty low scoring round, this one.
Yeah, the athletes haven't had many opportunities to be able to grab on some of those waves. Annie at the moment fishing along to see if a gust will come to be able to continue out. Here we can see our judges making sure, having a little look-see. You can see Paulino and Noah there trying to decide when the sunset is, the old four-finger rule.
Also, they are pretty much looking straight into it right now.
Yeah.
Not quite sure how much they'll be able to see.
Yeah, we can definitely see that wind has dropped off.
Frustrating for Annie. Not a huge amount of time to prepare. As I say, came into Cape Verde on the same flight as us, which was only 24-ish hours ago. So only yesterday, really, to prepare and get used to the venue, and then been sitting all day waiting for the competition to fall her way. And unfortunately, the waves have not been there when she's out in the water. Either way, for the moment, if the points stay the same as they are, she'll have another chance tomorrow. And she will progress into the semi-final to go up against Muna White. Now all her energy to try and get the board out of the water, try and get some speed, water over the foil. Bah. Just isn't any wind, is there?
There really isn't. She is pumping like her life depended on it. Oh, maybe up now. She's having to get up, switch stance as well. Maybe off the back of that wave. Yeah, there you go. She's up. Keep it going, keep it going. Yes! Boom, shakalaka. Back in action. Right, so she's now going to be able to cruise her way back up to the peak and wait for that golden set to make their way on to the right-hander. That is Punta Preta. There we can see the image. Annie Amaro there on the outside and looking like picking off on a wave here. There's definitely a little bit of a line coming through. Let's see what she can do. This is going to be her 4th wave attempt. And so far, we have Raika, who's in the lead.
She's in a more risky position than she's been in so far in this heat. She is further towards the break. Again, just looks a little off balance, doesn't she? Yeah. When she's riding the wave.
Yeah, I reckon her front wing might be a little bit too big, so it's trying to lift her up too much, and not being able to keep it down. She was not able to get the gear that she was on. Gear is so important here in wing foiling, make all of the difference. You know, we've seen male athletes on 500 to 600 front wings, female athletes on 400 to 500 front wings. You know, obviously the smaller you go, the more maneuverability, the more speed you can hold. But if you get into that windless position, you cannot pump up. So it's a fine line, double-edged sword. Annie looked like she was going for a set coming her way as we are under 6 minutes. All right, is she going to be dropping into this? Body language says she's speeding in. Let's go.
Lots of momentum from the wing into the wave. Now it's set in the neutral position, so she can now begin to show what she's best known for. Surfing. Oh, gets pushed a little bit off balance there. Not quite as attacking, but again, it's kind of a very upright position, isn't it?
Yeah, very laid-back style here from the American. Cruising along, couple check turns, making her way all the way down. And let's have a little look-see at the score of that last one, which will be coming in. She is going to hold the lead, and she is going to be improving, I'm pretty sure, on one of those two scores. So we're just coming into the final 5 minutes. Last heat of the day, as that sun starts to go down and those golden colours start to come our way. Full day of action here for this first day of competition.
There you go. 3.73 for Annie on that last attempt, so that does improve her score to 6.83. Still easily surpassable with the right wave. There's Anita Amaro, Cape Verdean Brazilian, heads back out to try and line herself up for one or two more with 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes remaining of this day. Plenty of action we've had since 11 o'clock this morning.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen some very interesting heats. Little recap. Cash Bazzola, main man on the men's side, 17 plus. Saw a 9.0, the best wave of the day. Also, let's not forget, we saw Finn Spencer and Jeffrey Spencer with some nice rides together with Malo Guenolé. Axel Gerard throwing down as well. Usual suspects. When it comes to the women, Muna White is definitely the athlete to beat so far. She has a 12.73 total, so the highest total, and the best wave of 7.2, if memory serves me right. And now we are also looking at Annie, who was the other athlete we were very curious to see. Unfortunately, in this heat, not a single decent set.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the end of the day really hasn't come up with the goods. And unfortunately for the women who have been competing for the last, 2 hours or so, it has been slightly frustrating. Anita heading into the beach. I think she's on a wave here. Hard to see from this drone position. Kind of flattens everything out. There's a little bit of activity in front of her, but not a great deal.
Yeah, she is really scavenging now. She's taking off on these ripples. All right, so really moving around right next to the rocks. Oh, she is deep on the reef, and you can see going against that because she was right next to the rocks there. Just look at that drone image. So that is not going to be the score that she's looking for. 2.5 minutes. Looks like that would be another nail in the coffin here for Annie Reger, but anything can happen if a set wave comes. But look at that. Golden hour, your Armstrong athlete from Maui dropping in. Nice amount of speed. Keeping herself on right on the break. And look at this. Look how this wave is starting to jack up on the reef. Here we go. Right, first nice turn. Keeping the speed nice and fluid. Second again, check turn. Just keeping that flow going. Now they're going to be straightening out a little bit more, as this is where that wave starts to get hollow and you have to pass your way and get through that section. But looking at the corner of my booth, this wave opening up nicely across the bay. Again, calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
can just see doing what she has to do to get those numbers. And let's see if Anita can equal that on this next wave. Going off the back, losing the momentum. Annie definitely is going to be keeping the lead so far. And judges are not going to be rewarding this wave. So we continue on, coming to the final 60 seconds of this first day of competition. 4.50, that's more like it.
A decent improvement then from Annie Reichardt on that last wave. Puts her well clear now of Anita Amaro. And there's a few things rolling in, but it's not necessary for Annie, who's right out oceanside. No sign of Anita, who, to be fair to her, was expecting to be knocked out in the first round this morning when she was at the briefing, and then was informed that she actually was going to have to do 2. Oh, and Annie's dropped it in the water as well. So that looks to be the end of competition. Even if there are 30 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle for Annie to get herself back out there.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be it for the day over here as we count down the final 10 seconds of the final heat of day number 1 GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here. Cape Verde, Punta Preta for your 2025 season. The first event of the season and the only wave event of the season where we will be crowning our world champions, and it is going to be official. It is going to be Annie Reichardt who is going to be making her way through to the semi-final, and she will be going up against Muna White. And just look at that view. Punta Preta closing it out here for day number 1.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
Fear. It whispers when you hesitate. It lingers in the unknown. It tells you to turn back. But fear is not the enemy. Fear is the threshold between the ordinary and the unstoppable. You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Go Green Go Salvilas. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Go Green Go Salvilas.